Chapter 1 Ning Rongrong's Troubles. The Golden Knife Squad's encampment on the outskirts of Tiando City. Inside the tent, Qin Yuan lay hunched over his desk, his right hand pressed against his cheek, his face full of worry. He is not a native of Douluo continent, but a transmigrator from Earth. However, he traveled to another world very early on, when the Pope of the Spirit Hall was still qian xunji, and the Clear Sky sect had not yet closed its doors to the world. As a transmigrator, he originally thought he would awaken his innate full soul power and win the heart of the beauty. Unexpectedly, fate played a cruel joke on him. The innate soul power he awakened was only level 5, and his martial soul was far from top tier, it was just an ordinary battle sword. Now that he is over 30, his cultivation has barely broken through to the Soul King realm. According to the saying on the mainland, one's cultivation level at 30 determines one's achievements at 80. Furthermore, given his low innate soul power, he should be grateful if he can even break through to Soul Saint in this lifetime. In his previous life, Qin Yuan only knew about Douluo continent from books. Only by putting yourself in their shoes can you truly understand the hardships of life. Of course, if one possesses the most outstanding cultivation talent and enjoys top-tier cultivation resources, living a life of privilege is not difficult. However, Qin Yuan's talent, which is neither the best nor the worst, is only noticed by some small and medium-sized forces. The Spirit Hall and the 7 major sects will not take him seriously. Joining those minor factions not only means you won't get cultivation resources, but you'll also be subject to their control. Being self-reliant is not bad, but not knowing where your next meal will come from is the norm. After more than a decade of hard work, Qin Yuan finally had his own soul hunting team. With business downturn, he has no choice but to find another way out. After standing there in a daze for an unknown amount of time, a series of urgent sounds came from outside the tent. A thin young man ran up to Qin Yuan and said awkwardly, "Be big brother, the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school has arrived and wants us to help her hunt souls." What? Qin Yuan suddenly stood up. He was no stranger to the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. She was one of the future protagonists of this continent. However, given Ning Rongrong's favored status, if she needed a spirit ring, Swordbone Douluo would have rushed to help her instead of having Ning Rongrong go to their spirit hunting teams. Despite his doubts, Qin Yuan dared not offend the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and immediately set off to greet her. In the Golden Knife Squad's meeting room, Ning Rongrong was helped to sit on a bench, her short legs unable to reach the ground, and she fidgeted with them. She puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, "Daddy is a big bad guy, and Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone are bad guys too. Rongrong will never talk to them again." As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, how could she not have any followers? The powerful figure from the 7 treasure glazed tile school was terrified. If it were her, she wouldn't dare to discuss the sect leader and the 2 elders in private. Qin Yuan hurried over and greeted her with a smile, "Miss Rongrong, it is an honor to have you here. We apologize for not welcoming you properly." The powerful figure beside Ning Rongrong gave Qin Yuan a meaningful look, as if to say, "As long as you follow Ning Rongrong's wishes, you'll reap the rewards." Qin Yuan was worried about not having any customers, so he naturally took the opportunity to make a quick buck. "Are you the captain of the Golden Knife Squad?" Ning Rongrong asked casually. Having received an affirmative answer, she held up 2 fingers and continued, "Rongrong needs her first spirit ring, which is about 300 years old. If you can complete it, Rongrong will give you a reward of 20,000 gold spirit coins." As expected of a young lady, she's only a little over 6 years old, yet she's so generous. Qin Yuan sighed inwardly and said, "As long as it's not something immoral or unethical, my Golden Knife Squad will accept any commission. However, Miss Rongrong, you are still young, and I need your parents' approval." If he could resolve Ning Rongrong's soul ring issue during his runaway period, he could at least have some explanation when he returned. Under Ning Rongrong's angry gaze, the 7 treasure glazed tile school expert responsible for protecting her responded as an elder. Ning Rongrong readily agreed and immediately paid 20,000 gold soul coins. The moment Qin Yuan reached out to take the money, a panel suddenly appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket A 2-star mission has been detected. Accept Ning Rongrong's mission to help her obtain a suitable first soul ring. Upon mission completion, you will be rewarded with a 3-level increase in soul power cultivation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket name, Qin Yuan close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul, long-handled battle blade close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation level, 51 close black lens bracket. The sudden appearance of the system took Qin Yuan by surprise, but the joy did not last long. With his age from both lifetimes combined, he was an old man in his 60s. If he had received the system right after transmigrating, he would have been happy for a long time. As for now, since everyone is just trying to make a living, whether the system appears or not will have a limited impact on their lives. After accepting the gold soul coins, Qin Yuan immediately summoned all members of the Golden Knife Squad. A few people were left to guard the camp, while the rest went to serve Ning Rongrong, their big client. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has many spies. Especially Ning Rongrong, who has a noble status, has countless people secretly surrounding her. Ning Rongrong hired a soul hunting team to obtain her first soul ring, and this was quickly reported to Ning Fengji. Isn't this ridiculous? Ning Fengji slammed his fist on the desk, feeling that Ning Rongrong was unruly and had reached a point of lawlessness. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Martial Soul has a heritage of nearly 1,000 years. The types of spirit beasts to hunt for the first few spirit rings have long been engraved in the ancestral teachings. If she violates this rule and wastes a spirit ring slot, Ning Rongrong's competitiveness within the sect will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the Soul Hunter Squad is no pushover. What if the Golden Knife Squad were to have the idea of killing and robbing? Sword Dao Chenshin took the initiative to suggest, Fengji, let me go and see what's going on. After all, it was your words that angered Rongrong to the point of running away from home, so I can't force her to come back. If that team does their job well and obtains a suitable spirit ring for Rongrong, then we'll give them a reward. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy. Sunset Forest. Qin Yuan stationed his team nearby with the primary goal of establishing contact with Douluo and then plotting to obtain the immortal herbs from the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Unfortunately, he stayed there for 6 years without ever seeing a trace of the other party. If he were to force his way in, given his strength, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to kill him. In the forest, the Golden Knife Squad protected Ning Rongrong in the core position, forming an impenetrable formation, and slowly advanced. During the conversation, Qin Yuan casually mentioned, Miss Rongrong, if this trip helps you obtain a suitable spirit ring, I would like to borrow some books about spirit masters from you. What do you think? Books are the ladder of human progress. It's clear that the system's rewards are related to the difficulty of accepting the commission. While quests like the soul hunting quest are manageable, those bizarre missions require a certain level of knowledge and experience to handle, otherwise you'll just have to watch helplessly as the generous rewards slip away. In the shadows, Jian Daochenshin, who had thought Qin Yuan was going to extort money and was about to make a move, was relieved after hearing the second half of Qin Yuan's words. It's just borrowing books. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has plenty of those. As long as Qin Yuan protects Ning Rongrong with all his heart and doesn't have any inappropriate thoughts, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will reward him. Sure, but it won't be easy for you to satisfy Rongrong, Ning Rongrong said with a grin, sitting on the guard's shoulders. Qin Yuan quickly recalled his memories of Ning Rongrong. In the original timeline, Ning Rongrong's first soul skill was power amplification, so her soul rings would inevitably come from power-type soul beasts. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuan remembered the nest of a 300-year-old 1,000-pound ant. This guy was enough to become Ning Rongrong's first soul ring. Chapter 2 Fratricide. The nest of the pygmy ant looks like a low tower made of mud. Unlike other ant-like spirit beasts, the 1,000-pound ants are solitary creatures and do not have the habit of living in groups. When dealing with these types of spirit beasts, there is no need to worry about being attacked by their companions. Qin Yuan immediately made arrangements. Xiao Chen, you cover for me. The rest of you, spread out, keep an eye on the surroundings, and protect Miss Rongrong's safety. Qin Yuan personally took action against a mere 300-year-old soul beast to avoid any potential accidents. Sensing the threat, the ants emerged from their nest. A soul beast with only 300 years of cultivation has no intelligence whatsoever. Faced with being surrounded, it did not choose to retreat, but instead regarded Qin Yuan as the greatest threat and took the initiative to attack. Ant-like spirit beasts are known for their strength. Their two forelimbs can easily lift a boulder weighing thousands of pounds. Unfortunately, faced with an absolute difference in strength, this amount of power was completely insignificant. The martial spirit of the battle blade appeared in Qin Yuan's hand. Facing the 1,000-pound ant rushing towards him, he moved slightly, leaned back to avoid it, gripped the hilt of the blade with both hands, and slashed down with the momentum, cutting it in half at the waist. The ant did not die immediately, so Qin Yuan took the opportunity to cut off its limbs and handed them to Ning Rongrong to deliver the final blow. 100-year soul ring emerged from the corpse of the 1,000-pound ant, making the members of the soul hunting team present extremely envious. The soul hunting business is a job, and most of the people who join the team are ordinary commoner soul masters, most of whom only have a 10-year first soul ring. Ning Rongrong, born into a noble family, started with a 100-year-old soul ring, which is truly enviable. However, this envy gradually turned into jealousy. Following the guard's instructions, Ning Rongrong sat down cross-legged and activated her spirit ring to attach to the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial spirit. While sitting cross-legged, the money bag hanging from her waist accidentally fell off, scattering the gold soul coins and various gems all over the ground. In an instant, an atmosphere of greed began to grow within the soul hunter squad. Qin Yuan scolded, "Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't have thoughts you shouldn't have." The guards around Ning Rongrong are of unfathomable strength, and it cannot be ruled out that there are even stronger individuals protecting her in the shadows. Although the people in the team came together for mutual benefit and had no real feelings for each other, Qin Yuan didn't want to ruin his reputation because of these good-for-nothings. But how much influence can his words have when faced with self-interest? In the squad, Zhao San, who possessed the cultivation of a peak soul master, angrily rebuked, "Qin Yuan, stop pretending here. They gave you 20,000 gold soul coins, but the brothers didn't get a single penny." As he spoke, he grinned maliciously at the men around him. "Guys, that's the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Her purse is full of priceless gems. Who knows how many priceless treasures are in her soul tool? If we pull off this job, the brothers won't have to worry about the rest of their lives." Madness. Qin Yuan gave a cold laugh. These guys are incredibly stupid. They don't even understand the principle of, you might have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. In the squad, only Chen Zi had a close relationship with Qin Yuan. Seeing that the others had ill intentions, Chen Zi stood in front of Ning Rongrong and sneered, "You don't know what's good for you. If you want to die, don't drag me and the boss down with you." Zhao San ignored him completely. Qin Yuan is just an ordinary soul king. Are we, the 3 peak soul masters, afraid of him? Conflict was inevitable, and Qin Yuan was too lazy to offer any advice. Moreover, he had experienced this kind of thing many times and already had mature coping strategies. He explained to Ning Rongrong's guards, "I'm sorry to have dragged you into this for no reason. I will clean up the mess. You protect Miss Rongrong, and we will explain to the 7-treasure glazed tile school afterwards." Ning Rongrong's guards remained calm. In their view, this was just a minor skirmish, and her strength was enough to intimidate everyone present. She paused, then said indifferently, "That would be for the best." Qin Yuan nodded, and 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, shone beneath his feet. Although he was not a top genius, he knew about the effects of whale glue from reading books in his previous life. In addition, he was older when he acquired his 2nd and 4th spirit rings, which allowed him to successfully absorb multiple spirit rings beyond his level. His spirit ring configuration is amazing, but due to his limited talent, it doesn't attract much attention. In fact, many people suspect that he uses some kind of special spirit tool to disguise the color of his spirit rings. Zhao San scoffed, "Qin Yuan, do you really think you're a dog of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Even if you're willing to be a dog, do you think they'd want you?" Qin Yuan offered no explanation. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is indeed powerful, but not powerful enough to make him bow and scrape. He is a man of principle. Since Ning Rongrong paid the money, she should receive his protection. Further words are useless. 5th soul skill, War God Blade. The battle sword spirit was bathed in flames, and its power was boosted dramatically. He lunged forward and unleashed a slash, leaving trails of flames in the air. Zhao San was taken aback by the powerful strike and panicked, retreating hastily. Seeing that he was outmatched, he shouted, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let's fight." Above the sunset forest, swordsman Chenshin, dressed in white, hovered in midair on his sword. He saw what was happening below, but he didn't rush to take action. The Soul Hunter Squad is a loose organization that came together for mutual benefit, so it's not surprising that internal strife has occurred. To his surprise, it was truly commendable that Qin Yuan was able to stay true to himself and uphold his principles in such an environment. Furthermore, with Sword Douluo's discerning eye, how could he not know the authenticity of Qin Yuan's spirit ring configuration? How did he manage to absorb a spirit ring beyond his level? Could it be due to some special method, or perhaps his martial soul? Chen Xin couldn't figure it out, but from this moment on, Qin Yuan had entered his field of vision, making this senior title Douluo dare not underestimate him. As for the struggle below, it would be best if Qin Yuan could resolve it. Even if he couldn't, as long as Ning Rongrong wasn't harmed, he would turn a blind eye. Qin Yuan's martial soul is not top tier, but his combat power is unmatched by ordinary soul kings. The combined attack of 3 peak soul masters, along with the encirclement of multiple soul venerables and great soul masters, not only failed to defeat him, but instead made him even more courageous in battle. 4th soul skill, earth-splitting cleave. He gripped the sword with both hands and slashed down heavily. The sword energy sliced across the ground, leaving deep grooves, but its power remained undiminished. Zhao San casually picked up 2 soul masters and used them as shields. His blade energy easily shattered their bodies and inflicted serious injuries on Zhao San. "Have you forgotten about me?" Chen Zi sneered and came up behind him. He and Qin Yuan came from the same village, shared the same martial spirit, and were as close as brothers. Chen Zi followed up with a final blow, beheading Zhao San. Without their backbone, the rest of the group lost their will to resist and fled in all directions, abandoning their armor and weapons. The guards protecting Ning Rongrong would not let these guys leave. If you've just harbored evil intentions towards Ning Rongrong, then you might as well leave your life behind. Her martial spirit was the Shadow Leopard, which was extremely fast, and she took care of everyone in the blink of an eye. Qin Yuan cupped his hands in thanks to him. "Thank you, Lord Soul Saint, for clearing our name." The guard couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect, and said indifferently, "You're quite capable to be able to see my spirit rings clearly. Clean up the area a bit, so as not to spoil the young lady's mood." Chapter 3 Dugu Yan's Entrustment. A gentle evening breeze caressed my face, and the last rays of the setting sun were wedged between the cracks in the mountain valley. A spirit ring shone on the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. Ning Rongrong had completed the absorption of the spirit ring. She opened her eyes, stretched, and stood up lazily, her excitement undisguised. Rongrong is now a true soul master. Noticing her surroundings, Ning Rongrong asked with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, "Where are the people? Why are so many missing?" Qin Yuan explained with a smile, "They completed their mission and went back ahead of schedule." Ning Rongrong didn't press the matter further. She was too excited about obtaining the spirit ring to care about such trivial matters. Once they left the forest, Ning Rongrong parted ways with Qin Yuan and the others. Before parting, Ning Rongrong happily said, "You have made Rongrong very satisfied. Someone will deliver the book to you tomorrow." Upon returning to camp, Qin Yuan did not inform the members remaining at the camp about the situation in the forest. After the money was divided, the huge camp was deserted, leaving only him and Chen Zi. This situation is quite normal. Many people don't stay with the Soul Hunter Squad for a long time. Most of them only temporarily join the Soul Hunter Squad after running out of money, and leave as soon as they make some. "Boss, we've made some money now. How about we quit this soul hunting squad job?" Chen Zi suggested. This wasn't the first time the two of them had encountered something like this. They've always risked their lives. Who can guarantee that good fortune will always be on their side? Qin Yuan did not rush to answer. At the same time, the system panel appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket, complete a 2-star mission to receive a 3-level increase in soul power cultivation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket name, Qin Yuan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul, long-handled battle blade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation level, 54 close black lens bracket. A warm current flowed into his body, and Qin Yuan clearly felt that his strength had increased significantly. Without the system, Qin Yuan would definitely have changed careers after making so much money in one go. However, to receive the system's rewards, he must accept commission tasks. Of course, he doesn't have to accept only commissions like soul hunting, he can consider other types of commissions as well. We can't lose our livelihood, but we can take a break for a while. There's no need to push ourselves so hard. As they were talking, a figure walked towards them from not far away. Qin Yuan was slightly puzzled, so he beckoned Chen Zi to come forward and ask. Chen Zi stepped forward and explained, I'm sorry, our team has disbanded and we are not accepting any commissions for the time being. The visitor did not turn away. Instead, he greeted the two with a smile. Qin Yuan frowned slightly, but when he saw that the other party was dressed in the Seven Treasure glazed tile school attire, he felt a little relieved. The visitor's name was Ning Tai, and he came on behalf of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Inside the reception room, Ning Tai took out a land deed from his soul tool. On behalf of the sect leader, I thank your team for obtaining a suitable soul ring for Miss Rongrong. This shop was bestowed upon you by the sect leader. Of course, you only have the right to use it, you cannot resell or sublet it to others. For the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, this small favor is nothing at all. Not yet. Ning Tai then took out a document from his soul tool and said with a smile, our Seven Treasure glazed tile school values talents like Mr. Qin Yuan very much. If you are willing, you can take this document and report to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school's field team at any time. On behalf of the sect leader and the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, I welcome talented individuals like Mr. Qin Yuan to join us. Qin Yuan shook his head and declined the invitation. Please convey my thanks to sect leader Ning for the shop matter. As for joining the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, I have no such plans for the time being. We are all used to being undisciplined and cannot stand being restrained by others. Of course, I also appreciate sect leader Ning's invitation, but it is not appropriate at the moment. Ning Tai was not angry. He placed the invitation on the tea table, got up and was about to leave. It's all right. This invitation is valid indefinitely. Mr. Qin Yuan can consider it later. The next morning, Qin Yuan and Chen Zi arrived at the shops provided by the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. This shop is located on a busy street with a lot of foot traffic. Even if they do some small business, it will be enough for Qin Yuan and his wife to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Yuan did indeed want a more stable life, but with his God's eye view, he couldn't help but feel resentful if he didn't make a name for himself on the mainland. Pushing open the shop door, the interior furnishings had been tidied up and looked brand new. The books that Ning Rongrong had agreed to borrow were placed on the counter in the shop in advance. Chen Zi laughed and said, Boss, I've always wanted to open a small shop in the village, but I never had the chance before, so what do you think? Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then agreed with his idea. The two grew up in the village and studied together at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Having wandered for so long, he couldn't let his own ideals hold back the people around him. With his approval, Chen Zi went to get busy. Qin Yuan sat listlessly in front of the shop, with a sign next to him that read, accepting commissions. Regardless, taking advantage of the system's features is the top priority. As autumn approaches, the weather becomes slightly cool. The light and shadow of the setting sun fell on his face like ink painting. Qin Yuan leaned back in his chair, gazing at the scenery on the street. Throughout the day, many people approached him to rent shops, but very few came to discuss entrusting matters to him. Of course, many people have approached him, but they were all trivial matters, not even meeting the system's task requirements. As dusk approached and he was preparing to pack up his stall, a figure hurried over. Wait, can you accept my request? The newcomer was a girl who looked to be around 10 years old. She had short, neat dark green hair and heterochromatic eyes, making her stand out from the crowd. What is it? Qin Yuan had a guess about the identity of the person who came. The girl took a deep breath and asked, You can take on any kind of request. Having received an affirmative answer, she continued, Could you help me bring someone back? She has a special identity and will be hunted down on the way. I need you to bring her to Tiando City. Qin Yuan asked, who are you? Whom are you taking from where to Tiando City? What is your reward? The girl said, my name is Du Guyan, and I am a student at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. I need you to bring Yi Lingling from Sylph City to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. When it came to compensation, she hesitated. She didn't want to reveal her grandfather's name, lest he incur a favor for no reason. But she wasn't wealthy and couldn't offer a suitable reward. After thinking for a moment, she took out a few medicinal herbs from her soul tool. These are healing herbs, of very high quality. Do you think they're all right? Du Guyan. Qin Yuan smiled inwardly. He had been waiting outside Sunset Forest for a long time, but he hadn't seen Du Gubo and his grandson. Since accepting Ning Rongrong's commission, his luck has turned around. However, he won't make it seem too deliberate. Healing herbs are indeed a valuable commodity, but when I go to pick someone up, why should they come with me? You should at least give me some tokens. And some persuasive words. Chapter 4 Samsung's request. Please read on and add to your favorites. After thinking for a while, Du Guyan quickly offered an explanation. In the original timeline, she and Yi Lingling had a good relationship, but they did not meet at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Their family's elders were old acquaintances, and Du Guyan had known Yi Lingling since she was young. Now that Du Gubo has established himself in the Heaven Do Empire, he is thinking of finding a stable future for his old friend, which is why he brought up Yi Lingling's matter. Years ago, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were playmates. Now that they have been separated for a long time, Du Guyan can't help but miss her. So she wants to ask a reliable person to bring Yi Lingling from Sylph City to Tiando City. Of course, she wasn't a fool. She wouldn't easily entrust this matter to someone she didn't know well. The shop where Qin Yuan was located came from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and used to be a gemstone shop, so its ability to attract money was extraordinary. In just one night, the gem shop closed down, and Qin Yuan took over the commission there, suggesting that the other party was a key person the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect wanted to cultivate a good relationship with. Such a person's credibility is definitely guaranteed. Of course, rather than saying that Du Guyan believed Qin Yuan, it would be more accurate to say that she preferred to believe in the reputation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Open black lens bracket. Samsung's commission has been detected. Accept Du Guyan's commission to safely deliver Yi Lingling to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Mission complete. Reward: max level self-created soul skill, illusory and real sword technique, close black lens bracket. A task that receives a 3-star rating from the system is by no means simple. For example, in the previous 2-star mission, Qin Yuan thought it was just a simple soul hunt, but who knew that those traitors would suddenly turn against him? It was Zhao San, that fool, who didn't choose to secretly cultivate relationships with others, but instead openly displayed his greed. Otherwise, if he had been assassinated, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This mission with Samsung will be anything but easy, and may even carry significant potential risks. However, Qin Yuan needs to take advantage of this commission to befriend Du Guyan, and then get in touch with Du Gubo to obtain the immortal herb from the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Why are you in such a hurry to bring her here? Since your families have been on good terms for generations, won't she come on her own? Qin Yuan asked one more question, hoping to assess the potential risks in the commission based on Du Guyan's reply. Du Guyan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. That's right. But Lingling didn't have a good time at the Plant Primary Soul Master Academy, and there were spies from various powerful forces in the academy, so her life was always under surveillance. We haven't heard from Grandpa Yi yet, and he won't be able to reach Sylph City anytime soon. We'll take Lingling to Heaven Do City after she graduates from the Junior Soul Master Academy. Du Guyan maintained correspondence with Yi Lingling, and after learning of Yi Lingling's thoughts, she approached Qin Yuan. Of course, she had been looking for people beforehand, but she hadn't found a suitable object to entrust with the task. Only 2 9-heart begonia soul masters can appear in an era. Taking down Yi Lingling would allow them to monopolize the inheritance of the 9-heart begonia, so it's no wonder that those forces would be eyeing Yi Lingling. With Qin Yuan agreeing to the commission, Du Guyan felt a little relieved. She then added, Lingling and I don't have any tokens of agreement. If you explain the past to her, she will believe you. Qin Yuan nodded in confirmation, returned to the shop, and compiled the details dictated by Douluo into a booklet. Chen Zi is out looking for sources of goods and has not returned yet. Now, Qin Yuan had a mission to complete and did not want to stay any longer. This mission is much more dangerous, and he doesn't want Chen Zi to be implicated. He left a letter and departed. As for the sign at the entrance, he specifically instructed that it not be removed. Firstly, to put Douluo at ease, and secondly, to accumulate more commission tasks during this period, which can be screened one by one upon returning. The city of Silvis is the capital of the kingdom of Silvis. In order to make a living, Qin Yuan had traveled to many cities on the mainland in his early years, and Silvis City was one of them. He knew perfectly well that the Silvis royal family had cultivated countless powerful factions, both large and small, to consolidate their rule. In fact, if Qin Yuan were willing to support the Silvis royal family's rule, he could be allocated a modest mansion in the city. The royal family's reckless attempts to win over officials have created a complex and chaotic situation within the city. In other words, Qin Yuan was familiar with the nature of those shady characters, and no one else would dare to wade into these troubled waters so easily. He had his own reasons for not bringing Chen Zi along. Acting alone, he can deal with most threats more flexibly, and it's also easier for him to escape. If a person's goal is small enough, it is unlikely to attract the attention of major powers. Once he entered the city, he went into a tea house to rest. While enjoying his tea, he chatted casually with the waiter. "Waiter, where is the planned novice Soul Master Academy?" After graduation, he had no further contact with the academy, and given his humble origins, he was not qualified to enroll in a high-level Soul Master Academy. Therefore, in his subsequent actions, he no longer paid attention to any matters concerning the academy. Although he had been to the city of Sylvester, he had not noticed the location of the academy. The waiter chuckled and, seeing that there were few customers in the tea house, began to chat with him. "Are you going to apply for a teaching position, sir?" The waiter didn't answer immediately, but asked instead. Qin Yuan suddenly smiled and threw the question back at him, "How do you know?" The waiter had worked in the tea house for many years and had seen countless people, so he started showing off his knowledge. "While waiting for your tea, you were reading a book. Forgive my bluntness, but you are not a wealthy or noble person, yet you are well dressed. You are clearly a soul master. I've seen countless soul masters, but it's rare to see one who reads books in his spare time. It would be strange if you weren't applying for a teaching position." The waiter's words gave Qin Yuan a clue. He wasn't reading to apply for a teaching job, he was simply cramming on knowledge related to soul master cultivation. After Xiao Er's explanation, he could easily apply for a teaching job and approach Yi Lingling as a teacher, which wouldn't seem out of place. "You're right. Drifting around in the world of soul masters, not knowing where your next meal will come from, is not as good as finding a decent academy and getting a stable job." The waiter, feeling smug, quickly added, "Sir, becoming a teacher isn't easy. In my opinion, you should review your studies more before applying for a job. As for the location of the academy, ... In the afternoon, Qin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Plant Primary Soul Master Academy. The Botanical Academy is divided into 3 sections: elementary, intermediate, and advanced, making it the oldest academy in the Kingdom of Silves. The 3 academies are located side by side, and their scale is extraordinary, even surpassing that of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Qin Yuan sighed inwardly. Back then, he did consider attending a mid to high level Soul Master Academy. Unfortunately, after graduating from the Primary Soul Master Academy, there were no more work-study spots available. Furthermore, he needed to save money to acquire soul rings, leaving him with no extra funds to pay tuition. He had no choice but to rely on himself. As he walked to the entrance of the college, he felt somewhat out of place. Unsurprisingly, he was stopped by the gatekeeper. Seeing his extraordinary demeanor, the doorman patiently inquired, "Sir, if you are looking for someone, I can pass on a message for you. However, without the permission of the Academic Affairs Office, I regret that I cannot allow you to enter the college." Gathering his thoughts, Qin Yuan expressed his intentions. "I am a soul master and I want to apply for a teaching position here. Could you please pass on a message for me?" Chapter 5 Yi Lingling, Academic Affairs Office, Plant-Based Junior Soul Master Academy. Director Wang was quite surprised when he read Qin Yuan's resume. What surprised him even more was that Qin Yuan could answer questions about the curriculum of the primary Soul Master Academy fluently, and even his answers were very novel. Furthermore, given that the other party possesses the strength of a Soul King, they would be more than qualified to be a teacher at a high-level Soul Master Academy. Why then are they so fixated on a junior Soul Master Academy? Of course, Director Wang was also worried that Qin Yuan would take his job. Most of the teachers at the Junior Soul Master Academy are great Soul Masters. Director Wang's ability to become the dean of students is inseparable from his own Soul Master cultivation. When asked, Qin Yuan remained calm. The Plant Academy only admits students majoring in botany, and my martial soul is not suitable. The Junior Soul Master Academy only teaches theoretical knowledge and does not require consideration of martial soul, so I think I can adapt. As for why I don't go to other colleges, the reason is not complicated. I don't have the travel expenses and can't leave the city of Sylves for the time being. The other colleges in the city have too low an income, and I'm not interested. This explanation dispelled Director Wang's concerns. After thinking for a moment, he decided, how about this, I can sign a short-term contract with you. In addition, I will also report your situation to my superiors. During this period, you need to be prepared to be evaluated at any time. If you pass the assessment, you can teach at mid to high-level Soul Master Academies. Of course, you can also choose to stay or leave after the contract ends. It's clear that Qin Yuan only wanted to raise money for his travel expenses. If it were anyone else, Director Wang would definitely kick him out, but Qin Yuan has a broad knowledge base and unique insights into cultivation. The academy needs such a teacher to broaden the students' horizons. After signing the contract, Qin Yuan was placed in the teacher's dormitory. It's not the new semester yet, and the courses have already been scheduled. As a transfer teacher, Qin Yuan has only been assigned a few open classes so far. To mislead outsiders, he left his luggage in the dormitory and, led by Teacher Zhang from the logistics department, wandered around the college. I heard from the director that Teacher Qin is truly a handsome and talented person. Teacher Zhang, a woman over 50, often showed great enthusiasm when she met outstanding young teachers. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Qin Yuan and whispered, if Teacher Qin has a girl he likes, you can come to me, and I'll help you choose. A Soul King at the age of 30 is rare, and in the eyes of ordinary people, he deserves to be called a genius. Qin Yuan didn't forget his mission. He smiled and made a few perfunctory remarks before getting to the point. I think the 4th year is a turning point in the theoretical cultivation of Soul Masters. Teacher Zhang, how about you take me to see a 4th year class? Maybe I can offer some good suggestions. According to Du Guyan, Yi Lingling is in class 1 of grade 4. However, Teacher Zhang had no idea what he was thinking and took him to any class in the 4th grade. It wasn't until half an hour later that Qin Yuan arrived at the first bus. Class 1 is the elite class, and the students all have some background or connections. With Yi Lingling's talent, she can be considered top tier, and she is far ahead of other students. But she didn't like to talk or show off. She would sit alone in a corner and not communicate with anyone. Qin Yuan, who was listening to the lecture in the back row of the classroom, couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with that student? Why isn't he listening to the lecture? Teacher Zhang looked over, sighed softly, and explained, that's Yi Lingling. Her background is complicated, and she's not the lively type, she always prefers to be alone. However, I've heard from other teachers that she's always been an excellent student. After the course ended, with Teacher Zhang's introduction, the students heard that Qin Yuan possessed the strength of a Soul King, and one by one they asked him how to cultivate. Students with connections have naturally met Soul King level experts, but in the Soul Master world, age has always been the measure of a hero. How can a 50-year-old Soul King compare to a 30-year-old Soul King? After answering the students' questions, Yi Lingling had long since disappeared. However, Qin Yuan gradually managed to extract the location of her dormitory from the students. Afterwards, Qin Yuan inquired about the layout of the college from Teacher Zhang. Late at night, Qin Yuan quietly sneaked into Yi Lingling's dormitory. In order to get the person away as soon as possible, he had to make special arrangements and couldn't care less about anything else. Yi Lingling did not rest, but instead replaced sleep with meditation. The sound of Qin Yuan opening the window startled Yi Lingling, who was cultivating. Yi Lingling's expression changed drastically. She picked up a dagger from under her pillow, preparing for a fight to the death. Sensing something was wrong, Qin Yuan quickly lit the oil lamp, made a shushing gesture, and whispered, "Du Guyan sent me." Yi Lingling did not lower her guard because of this. She remained silent and listened quietly to Qin Yuan's explanation. Seeing that the other party had revealed many little secrets that only she and Du Guyan knew, she put down the dagger and reluctantly said, "You can't take me away. Several major families in the city have their eyes on me, especially the Lu family. Without Grandpa Dugu's intervention, they won't release me." Before this, Du Guyan had of course sought out Dugu Bo. However, although Dugu Bo broke through to the title Douluo level, he was seriously injured during the pursuit of Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. The toxins in his body are at risk of erupting at any time, so Dugu Bo has to rely on the ice and fire spring water to suppress them for a long time. How could he dare to go on a long trip? Qin Yuan was already prepared, so he didn't intend to use conventional methods. "Yi Lingling, tell me what you know so I can analyze the situation." According to Yi Lingling, the Lu family in the city is keeping a close eye on her. It is said that the family's ancestor was a Soul Douluo, but he has not appeared for many years and his fate is unknown. Even so, the Lu family still has a Soul Saint expert. Besides the Lu family, there is also the Sylvester royal family. For example, Yi Lingling's deskmate is a princess of the royal family, but she hides her identity and few outsiders know about it. "Teacher Qin, you've come to the academy, and you're likely being watched. You should leave now before they become suspicious." Qin Yuan remained unmoved. Instead, he became concerned about Yi Lingling's mental state. Yi Lingling wasn't that she didn't like to talk, it was just that living in a repressive environment prevented her from speaking freely and revealing her inner thoughts. Just now, Qin Yuan had only closed the distance between them a little, and she had already started talking non-stop. It's no wonder Du Guyan was so anxious. If Yi Lingling continued to live in such an environment, her personality would inevitably change drastically. He paused, then asked, "I have one last question. Since others know about your grandfather's influence, why are they still relentlessly pursuing you?" Nine-Heart Begonia, a healing-type soul master, possesses extraordinary healing abilities. Given Yi Tianxin's capabilities, countless people on the continent must owe him favors. If the Lu family has any savvy members, they shouldn't provoke Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's face darkened, and she looked much more dejected. She said, "Grandpa's in trouble." Yi Lingling did not know the details, only that her grandfather had been attacked by wolf bandits during his travels. Only one person escaped from the group. Afterwards, the spirit hall sent powerful individuals to search for the person, but they did not find Yi Tianxin. Chapter 6: Using oneself as bait. The world of soul masters is like a vast forest, where the dark forest law applies very well. When they are powerful, they can extract vast resources from the soul master world, and those lurking in the shadows dare not touch them. But once they lose their protection, the younger generation who possess a large amount of resources will inevitably be devoured and wiped out. The Yi family's most valuable resource is the inheritance of their martial spirit. The Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul can only be possessed by two people in the same era. With Yi Tianxin dead, as long as Yi Lingling is captured, the inheritance of the Nine-Heart Begonia will be monopolized. In the future, with the help of Yi Lingling's healing abilities, the family can gain favors from various powerful figures. Qin Yuan sighed softly and said, "In the next few days, I will not contact you unless I do so. You should not have any direct contact with me. I have a way to get you out of here, but it will take some time to prepare." 1 month later, a training room within the academy. Teacher Qin is truly amazing. Just a few words from him have been incredibly enlightening, Yaozi said, her face beaming with excitement. Yaozi would later become the captain of the Plant Academy team, but at present, she has only just joined the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Because of his talent, he was given special attention and training by the academy. Qin Yuan's insights into soul master cultivation are different from those of ordinary people. Gold shines wherever it is. And so, after careful consideration, the academy arranged for him to teach at the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Of course, many of Qin Yuan's insights came from books provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the Douluo continent, books and materials have long been monopolized by the upper echelons. Qin Yuan only learned a smattering of knowledge, yet he was praised by these geniuses, demonstrating the trend of resources being concentrated at the top. If he hadn't awakened the system, he really would have liked to work at the Botanical Academy for the rest of his life. Here, you have a stable income and a large group of students who support you. How many teachers dream of this? The results of cultivation vary from person to person. The methods I have described are merely my own insights. Each of you should make corresponding improvements and adjustments according to your own cultivation situation. Remember not to blindly copy them. Qin Yuan stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "All right, this concludes the open class. See you again sometime." He got up and walked out of the training room, but Yaozi quickly followed him. "Teacher Qin, please wait." Yaozi didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Teacher Qin, you are knowledgeable and have great strength. But because of your martial soul, it will be difficult for you to really achieve anything in a high-level Soul Master Academy." Yaozi comes from a good family background. Her father is a soul saint and one of the Academy's financial backers. Therefore, she wanted to take this opportunity to win over Qin Yuan and develop him into her mentor. It's important to know that Qin Yuan absorbed his second and fourth spirit rings despite being at a higher level. Qin Yuan explained it as the special nature of martial souls, but Yaozi's insight was equally remarkable. She felt that this action might be able to be replicated on herself. As long as Qin Yuan joins her family, he will eventually pass on this method to her. Qin Yuan didn't comment, but smiled and said, "You're very smart, but there are some things you can't do. I think you should give up unnecessary fantasies and focus on doing your best in the present. Absorbing a spirit ring of a higher level is a near-death experience." Qin Yuan himself knew the bitterness that was involved. If he hadn't been so determined to turn his life around, he would have perished long ago while absorbing the spirit ring. Yaozi comes from a wealthy family but lacks the drive and determination of people from the lower classes. Even if Qin Yuan teaches her the methods, she has no hope of success. Qin Yuan didn't want to harm anyone, so he wouldn't say it easily. "Teacher Qin, should we think about it again?" Yaozi persisted. Qin Yuan shook his head and turned to leave. The main hall of the Lu family. The family head, Lu Hong, asked, "I heard that a young man has come to the Botanical Academy." The family elder quickly explained. The family head is a genius teacher who can absorb soul rings beyond his level. In my opinion, once such a talent is released, he will become a coveted prize for countless forces. It would be better for him to serve my Lu family. Once we learn the method of absorbing soul rings beyond our level, my Lu family will surely grow into a powerful force. Lu Hong stroked his gray beard and nodded, saying, "That's how it should be. I don't want to wait too long. We should recruit this genius teacher, including that Yi Lingling, as soon as possible." At the same time, after learning about the identity of the Lu family disciple from Yi Lingling while in the academy, Qin Yuan began to frequently contact him. The Lu family couldn't send people directly into the academy. Instead, they conveyed their terms of courtship to Qin Yuan through their descendants. The Lu family's influence is too great, with spies all over Silver City. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth is not easy. Therefore, Qin Yuan adopted a roundabout strategy. On one hand, he made contact with the Lu family to lower their guard. On the other hand, he took advantage of the opportunity to lecture at the Advanced Soul Master Academy to deliberately display his soul rings, making those students with powerful backers interested in him. This move, seemingly a strategy of waiting for a higher bidder, is actually a ploy to use one enemy against another, thus buying himself time. Faced with the conditions proposed by the Lu family disciples, Qin Yuan earnestly replied, "Thank you for the kind invitation from Patriarch Lu. I am very satisfied with your conditions. However, joining a faction is related to my future development. I would like to speak with Patriarch Lu alone. May I ask if you may convey my wishes?" The Lu family disciple quickly replied, "Teacher Qin, I will pass on the message. I think the family head will not refuse, but I can't say when." Out of the corner of Qin Yuan's eye, he caught a glimpse of Yaozi not far away. He chuckled and then became very enthusiastic towards this Lu family disciple, saying, "I think there's something wrong with your cultivation. Come on, let's go to the training room and take a look at your situation." Yaozi noticed the situation. In her memory, Qin Yuan always kept his distance from the students and never had excessive contact with them. What's the point of being friendly with the Lu family disciples right now? At first, Yaozi thought that Qin Yuanji was focused on teaching and nurturing students and didn't want to be her teacher alone. Looking back now, it's highly likely that the other party accepted the Lu family's invitation. Of course, Qin Yuan did not directly refuse her, but indicated that he wanted to make a greater profit from it. Yaozi clenched her fists and glared fiercely at the Lu family disciple. Damn it, the Lu family has gone too far. They even dare to mess with people from the academy. The Yao family is one of the financial backers of the academy. How could an excellent teacher like Qin Yuan be poached by outsiders? Of course, the Lu family's influence was greater than the Yao family's, so Yaozi did not turn against them on the spot, but instead told her father about the matter. Night falls. Several days later, Qin Yuan approached Yi Lingling once again. The situation is developing as planned. Pack your bags and be ready to leave at any time. Qin Yuan was unsure whether the Yao and Lu families had any past grudges or whether a conflict would break out because of his attempts to win him over, but time was of the essence. If the two sides reach an agreement in a short period of time, he might even get himself involved. Yi Lingling thought for a moment, then took out one of her clothes and handed it to Qin Yuan. I have 2 sets of these clothes. You can find someone with a similar build to wear them to distract the Lu family. Even if the Lu family realizes what's happening afterward, we can still buy more time to evacuate. Yi Lingling always wears a veil when she goes out, so the spies who are watching her have long since become desensitized. This is a natural advantage when looking for a body double. Chapter 7 The cicada sheds its shell. The Lu family mansion. Upon learning that Qin Yuan was willing to join the Lu family, Lu Hong was very satisfied. He's a sensible young man. I'll have him come to the house in a couple of days so I can meet him in person. Before the elders could carry out the order, a commotion was heard outside the door. That old scoundrel Lu Hong, did he even ask for my opinion before poaching people from the academy? Lu Hong's face darkened, he was familiar with the owner of that voice. That old scoundrel from the Yao family is here. Meanwhile, in Qin Yuan's office, Yaozi approached him excitedly. Hee, Teacher Qin, you'll soon be my mentor. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, guessing what was going on. His expression remained unchanged as he gently tapped the table. Yaozi, it's time for get out of class to end. I need to rest and have work to do. Unless it's something important, please don't disturb me while I'm preparing for class. Yaozi chuckled, didn't linger, and skipped away from the office. Last night, she told her father about it, and her father did indeed have the idea of winning Qin Yuan over. Yaozi was naturally pleased to receive a positive response. But she's only 12 years old this year, how could she hide her thoughts? She couldn't help but run to Qin Yuan to show off. Qin Yuan was forced to take advantage of the naive Yaozi. He left a cultivation notebook on his desk and wrote, "Presented to Yaozi," on the title page as compensation to her. He immediately got up and was about to go out. The enthusiastic teacher Zhang couldn't help but remind her, "Teacher Qin, it's getting chilly, aren't you going to wear a coat?" Qin Yuan explained with a smile, "I won't go too far, I'll be back in a bit." After leaving his office, he hung the signal he had agreed upon with Yi Lingling on a tree in the college. Yi Lingling, who was in class, noticed the signal and left the classroom under the pretext of feeling unwell. She then swaggered out of the academy with a leave slip issued by Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan had made arrangements beforehand. Yi Lingling entered a shop in the city, where Qin Yuan's stand-in was already waiting. Yi Lingling quickly changed her clothes and left the shop with Qin Yuan through the back door, exiting the city in a very short time. Thanks to the lack of widespread communication technology and the fact that Qin Yuan was not a wanted criminal, the Lu family's informants guarding the city gate had never seen Qin Yuan's portrait and naturally did not take his departure seriously. These informants naturally knew Yi Lingling, but since they hadn't received any information from those watching her, they wouldn't pay any special attention to a passing woman. At this moment, the informant standing behind Yi Lingling's double was very puzzled by Yi Lingling's behavior. This body double was found by Qin Yuan on short notice without prior training. To avoid exposure, Qin Yuan certainly couldn't find a normal person. The stand-in stopped at various food stalls throughout the city, spending money without hesitation. The spy couldn't help but curse. Is this guy some kind of reincarnated starving ghost? How can he eat so much? Another informant warned, we must not let our guard down, and we must not let her out of our sight. It wasn't until evening that the two informants learned that Yi Lingling had disappeared. The stand-in's behavior was so absurd that instead of returning to the academy, he went to the slums. Finally, one of the informants couldn't resist any longer and stepped forward to lift the veil, only to discover that this person was not Yi Lingling, but a crazy woman living in the slums. More than half a day has passed since Yi Lingling went missing. Even if the Lu family wanted to search for her, they didn't know where Yi Lingling had gone. At the same time, the Yao family also learned of Qin Yuan's disappearance. After seeing the cultivation manual given to Yao Zi on his desk, the Yao family patriarch guessed what was going on. The Yao family was not among the forces trying to win over Yi Lingling, so the Yao family head was able to analyze the situation from an outsider's perspective. It wasn't that the Yao family lacked the ability to win over Yi Lingling, but rather that the Yao family had close ties with the spirit hall and knew that there were many suspicious points surrounding Yi Tianxin's disappearance. Yi Tianxin is most likely not dead. If she attacks Yi Lingling, she will surely face retribution in the future. Qin Yuan's appearance is likely arranged by Yi Tianxin, or perhaps he is backed by other extraordinary forces. Qin Yuan and Yi Lingling sped all the way, leaving the territory of the Kingdom of Sylphs overnight. Seeing that there were no pursuers behind them, the two set up camp on the spot and rested for a while. Yi Lingling's soul power level had reached level 20. Taking advantage of the rest time, she asked, I would like to ask you to help me hunt souls. How many gold soul coins would you like to pay? Open black lens bracket. A 1-star mission has been detected. Help Yi Lingling acquire her second soul ring. Mission complete. Reward: 10,000 gold soul coins. Close black lens bracket. Since it's a 1-star mission, there shouldn't be any danger while hunting souls. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuan waved his hand. We can't stop now. We need to get to Tiando City within 5 days. After that, I'll take you to hunt for the second spirit ring. As for the reward, you can decide what to give. Yi Lingling and Du Guyan have a good relationship. Leaving a good impression will make it easier for him to get in touch with Du Gubo in the future, with the other party's help. Yi Lingling nodded and said nothing more. The task entrusted to them by Samsung was destined to be anything but peaceful. In the early hours of the morning, a powerful aura of soul energy was rapidly approaching the camp. Qin Yuan sighed softly, and the martial spirit of his battle blade appeared in his hand. What's meant to happen will happen. Even if you turn and run now, you can't escape the pursuit of a soul emperor. The person who came was none other than Lu Chen, an elder of the Lu family. Lu Chen was looking for someone else, but he just happened to run into the two of them. Well, I didn't expect you two to be in cahoots, daring to manipulate my Lu family like puppets. Lu Chen's face stiffened. The fact that a traitor had emerged from his branch of the family was already a major headache, but he never expected to run into the missing Yi Lingling and Qin Yuan here. When Qin Yuan appeared, the Lu family felt something was amiss, but their informants within the academy did not find any evidence that he had had any contact with Yi Lingling. Later, the Lu family stopped paying attention to him and even considered trying to win him over, so Qin Yuan played a trick on them. Are you from the Spirit Hall, or from some other force? Lu Chen was furious, but he dared not make a move before he understood the situation. So what if I'm from the Spirit Hall? So what if I'm from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Qin Yuan's face remained calm, showing no fear whatsoever. I advise the Lu family to know their place. There are some things that are not for you to meddle in. Lu Chen's face was contorted with rage as he roared, so you're from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hey, Silver's City isn't the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's territory. If you hand over Yi Lingling and the method for absorbing soul rings beyond your level, I might spare your life. Yi Lingling, who was in the tent, was awakened by Lu Chen's voice. She rushed out of the tent, her eyes filled with disgust. Qin Yuan waved his hand subtly, signaling Yi Lingling not to run far. This is a desolate wilderness. Yi Lingling is a support-type soul master. She is in danger but has no one to protect her. Her life is in danger. The situation is clear. Either Qin Yuan kills Lu Chen and the two leave together, or they are both captured and taken back to the Lu family. Chapter 8: Slaying the Soul Emperor. The Lu family is truly domineering. Then let me see your strength. Qin Yuan's eyes turned cold, and a 10,000-year soul ring appeared beneath his feet. 7th soul skill, martial soul true form. He deliberately raised his voice to mislead the other party. Lu Chen was startled and realized that something was wrong, and was about to retreat. But Qin Yuan only has level 54 soul power, so where did he get a true martial soul body? This is just his 5th soul skill. Bathed in flames, his battle sword spirit lunged forward, and taking advantage of the opponent's momentary lapse in concentration, he struck the opponent's thigh with his sword. The Lu family's inherited martial spirit is the leopard cat, and a leg injury will greatly affect their speed. Damn it, you dared to play me. Lu Chen was furious and wanted to retaliate. However, Qin Yuan's swordsmanship was completely natural, and his combat suppression was extremely strong. His brief moment of distraction left him in a very passive position, from which he was temporarily unable to extricate himself. Lu Chen was only a beginner-level Soul Emperor, while Qin Yuan was also a top-tier Soul King. Given his advantage, how could he let Lu Chen break free so easily? He unleashed dozens of slashes, the blades flashing for a long time, weaving a large net to block Lu Chen's escape route. Amidst the flashing blades, Lu Chen was slashed multiple times, with his leg injury being particularly severe, seemingly struck at his vital point. Seeing the decline continuing to widen, Lu Chen was extremely surprised. At the same time, he became even more convinced that Qin Yuan must come from a powerful force. He had seen many soul masters with sword-type martial souls, but he had never seen a soul master like Qin Yuan with such exquisite swordsmanship before. The inheritance of cultivation techniques has always been reserved for powerful forces. But so what? He is a soul emperor. How could he be easily defeated by a soul king? 6th soul skill, leopard shadow throat-splitting claw. A vast amount of soul power condensed in his palm, and sharp claws sprang from his fingertips. Because of the severe injury to his right leg, which has affected his mobility, the power of his 6th soul skill has been somewhat diminished due to the loss of a leg, but it is still not to be underestimated. Qin Yuan, whose soul power level was inferior, would not confront the attack head-on and dodged it. He took a dozen steps back, quickly regained his footing, and a sneer appeared on his lips. You've been pampered all your life, is this all the strength you've got? The Lu family had been tyrannical in Silver City for many years, and the family's higher-ups rarely had the opportunity to take action. A soul master's combat power requires a lot of practical experience, and in this respect, Lu Chen is far inferior to Qin Yuan, who has been living on the edge of a knife. Furthermore, Lu Chen is quite old. It's clear that his original soul power level was no lower than level 65, but due to his advanced age, his soul power level has dropped significantly, and he is unable to unleash his full combat power. Lu Chen was able to catch his breath, but the intense pain in his right leg made him involuntarily grimace and breathe more rapidly. Kid, you think you can kill your master with a flurry of punches? You're not qualified. A soul emperor is always a soul emperor, not someone a soul king like you can shake. After venting his anger, his right leg became completely numb. As he got older, his wounds became difficult to heal, and blood gushed out. If this continued, the bleeding would be enough to kill him. On the other hand, Qin Yuan did have injuries, but under Yi Lingling's healing, he recovered completely in an instant. Lu Chen dared not drag the battle into a war of attrition. He wanted to treat his wounds first before engaging in another battle. But don't forget, this is a battlefield where life and death are at stake. How could Qin Yuan give him a chance to catch his breath just for the sake of gentlemanly conduct of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? 4th soul skill, earth-splitting cleave. Qin Yuan gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, raised the sword, and slashed down fiercely. The blade's energy sliced across the ground, leaving a deep groove, yet its power remained undiminished. Lu Chen was exhausted and, dragging his injured right leg, collapsed to the side, barely managing to dodge the attacks of the blade energy. Qin Yuan persisted and pressed forward again. At this moment, Lu Chen was like a severely wounded tiger. His wildness and ferocity remained undiminished, but his body could no longer support the high-intensity battle. He kept swinging his claws, making a final stand. The eastern horizon turned a pale white, and the sunlight gradually spread across the earth. A golden halo rose from the thin mist that lingered among the trees. Even a starved camel is still a camel. Qin Yuan was just an ordinary soul master with slightly better talent. It took him a lot of effort to kill a soul emperor who was above his level. After nearly half an hour of fierce fighting, Qin Yuan finally beheaded Lu Chen. Blood gushed out, mixing with the thin mist, and turned pale red under the sunlight. Qin Yuan was panting heavily, but he couldn't stop now. The commotion and the stench of blood would soon attract the attention of other powerful individuals. Once the Lu family's main force arrived, they would have no chance of escape. Qin Yuan, holding Yi Lingling's hand, quickly disappeared into the thin mist. Not far away, a pair of eyes watched the two leave. This person is the head of the Yao family, possessing the strength of a soul saint. He had no intention of pursuing Qin Yuan and his companion, he was simply trying to cause trouble for the Lu family. That traitor from the Lu family was someone he introduced to the spirit hall. He had originally planned to protect him when the time was right, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen was killed by Qin Yuan halfway through the pursuit. The strength Qin Yuan displayed made him even more convinced that the other party was no ordinary person. Furthermore, the Lu family has been trying to win over Yi Lingling for a long time, but she hasn't given in. If Qin Yuan didn't have a key token, why would Yi Lingling agree to leave with him? The Yao family patriarch stopped thinking about it and stayed where he was, waiting for the Lu family to catch up so he could cover for Qin Yuan and his companion. Of course, the Yao family head had to admit that Qin Yuan's plan was very clever and bold. Despite being unfamiliar with the area, they dared to use the Yao family to restrain the Lu family. Moreover, it was the Yao family who took the bait. With such a clear mind, if he could become the Yao family's son-in-law, the family would have a worthy successor. With the Lu family no longer a threat, the journey became much safer from then on. Since their target wasn't large, Qin Yuan chose to take the main road for safety, where they were unlikely to encounter bandits. Inside Tiando City, more than 2 months have passed since Ning Rongrong obtained her first spirit ring. At this moment, her mindset is like that of a kindergarten child longing for primary school life. Only after starting primary school will she realize the advantages of kindergarten. To become a true soul master, Ning Rongrong inevitably had to undergo soul master training. She couldn't muster any interest in either theoretical or practical courses. On the contrary, the excessively long study time made her develop a strong aversion to them. Having finally managed to sneak out once, she was suddenly struck by the realization that she seemed to have no friends to talk to. As the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the future successor of the school, anyone who takes the initiative to contact her must have a strong purpose. For safety, Ning Rongrong lived in a cocoon carefully crafted by Ning Fengji, and the people she spoke to were almost all guards arranged for her by Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong looked dejected, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Tiando City like a headless fly. Before she knew it, she had arrived in front of a shop. This was a shop belonging to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but not long ago, it was bestowed upon the Golden Knife Squad by her father. Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow, finding Qin Yuan of the Golden Knife Squad quite interesting for some reason. All she wanted to do right now was talk to Qin Yuan to ease her current frustration. Chapter 9: The Lonely Ning Rongrong. This shop has been converted into a general store, run by Chen Zi, selling various odds and ends. This is a prime location in the city, even ordinary goods sold here command extremely high premiums. Since the shop had no rent costs, Chen Zi would go to the outer city to buy goods at low prices, bring them back, and sell them at high prices, making a considerable income. Furthermore, he did not remove the signboard left by Qin Yuan outside the door. Not many people come here to place their requests, but there is one young girl who often comes to inquire about the progress of her requests. Qin Yuan didn't tell him the details of the commission, so he could only make excuses to the other party time and time again. At this moment, Chen Zi sat behind the counter, sighing involuntarily. It was clear that the girl was very anxious, constantly deceiving the other party wasn't a good idea. Just then, Ning Rongrong bent down and quietly entered the shop. Taking him by surprise, she covered his eyes. "Guess who I am?" Ning Rongrong said with a grin. "Huh, Miss Rongrong." Chen Zi stumbled and almost fell off the chair. Upon hearing that the voice wasn't Qin Yuan's, Ning Rongrong immediately lost her enthusiasm and hurriedly asked, "Where's your boss?" Chen Zi sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Well, another one coming to see the boss." Ning Rongrong is a big customer, and this shop belongs to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so he dares not offend her. Our boss accepted the commission and has been away for 2 months. I don't know exactly where he went. He hasn't said when he'll be back, nor has he written to me. Ning Rongrong's shoulders slumped immediately, and she walked out of the shop with a dejected look on her face. There's no one to talk to, life is unbearable. Fortunately, the experts from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School quickly found her and took her back, preventing any major trouble. Without stopping for a moment, Qin Yuan arrived at Tiando City with Yi Lingling 5 days later. The Heavenly Dou Royal Academy was located outside the city. Qin Yuan took Yi Lingling into the city first to rest before inquiring about her plans. Do you want to go to the Heaven Dou Royal Academy first, or to the Soul Hunter? Yi Lingling didn't have much money on her, but fortunately Qin Yuan said it was just something he did on a whim, and Du Guyan had already paid her, only symbolically asking her for a few gold soul coins. Right now, she really wanted to see Du Guyan, but once she entered the academy, it wouldn't be easy to go out again. Besides, the entrance standard for the Advanced Soul Master Academy was a soul power level of 21 or higher. After completing the soul hunt, she can go to the academy and stay there for a long time without worrying about her safety. Of course, isn't this also a manifestation of trust? With Yi Lingling's talent, there would be no shortage of teachers willing to help her hunt souls after joining the academy. But she chose Qin Yuan because she trusted his character. Teacher Qin, I want to go to the soul hunting event first, Yi Lingling said earnestly. Qin Yuan waved his hand and laughed, I'm not a teacher. I was just hired by Du Guyan to be a teacher at the academy for the sake of convenience. You don't need to address me like that, just call me Big Brother. Yi Lingling shook her head and did not respond. She didn't have much time to get to know Qin Yuan, but along the way, he shared a lot of theories about the Soul Master world with her. Although Qin Yuan was not a teacher at the academy, he would always be her teacher in Yi Lingling's heart. After resting for an hour, it was already afternoon. Fortunately, most of Yi Lingling's target spirit beasts were plant-type spirit beasts with healing abilities. Plant-type spirit beasts cannot leave their birthplace, making them relatively easy to hunt, and saving time on the search. The two entered Sunset Forest at top speed. On the other side, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had quite a few spies in the city. Ning Rongrong had people keep an eye on Qin Yuan's movements and soon received information. As evening fell and class ended, Ning Rongrong looked dejected. When will this ever end? The teacher's lectures were too boring and rigid, and she also had to deal with all kinds of assessments, bearing pressure that she shouldn't have had at such a young age. Of course, there's nothing we can do about it. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If Ning Rongrong wants to become the future leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, these learning tasks are something she must complete. If you slack off, the accumulated learning tasks will only become more numerous. At this moment, a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School informed her of Qin Yuan's whereabouts. He's back. Ning Rongrong's face lit up with surprise, and her displeasure vanished instantly. But miss, the sect leader forbids you from running out on your own, the disciple quickly reminded her. Ning Rongrong's eyes darted around, and she said, what do you mean by going off on your own? Rongrong was just going to the night market with her clansmen. As they were talking, Ning Fengji walked over and said, Rongrong, it's getting late. Don't do anything reckless. There's no market tonight, and you're not allowed to go anywhere. If you want to go out, wait until tomorrow morning. Ning Rongrong was unwilling, but dared not disobey Ning Fengji's wishes. With her shoulders drooping, she had no choice but to go back to rest early. Ning Fengji was also very distressed about Ning Rongrong's current situation. He hired many teachers to teach Ning Rongrong about Soul Master knowledge. Among them were teachers from the Heaven Dou Royal Academy and scholars from the royal family. But as a result, Ning Rongrong not only refused to listen to the lectures but also developed a confrontational attitude towards the teachers. If it were an ordinary student, the teacher could appropriately punish her, but Ning Rongrong is the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so who would dare to harm her? Ning Fengji understood that if things continued like this, Ning Rongrong's studies would fall behind, and when she came of age, she would inevitably have to take time out of her golden period of cultivation to make up for the knowledge she lacked in the past, which would lead to a slowdown in her cultivation speed. A single hair can affect the whole situation. If someone could guide Ning Rongrong onto the right path of learning, Ning Fengji would be willing to spend any amount of money. Ning Wu, what did you just say to Rongrong? Ning Fengji asked. For a qualified leader, remembering the name of each and every disciple is an essential skill. Being able to accurately call out a disciple's name and family situation will make the disciple feel a greater sense of belonging. Ning Wu dared not hide anything and told Ning Fengji everything about Ning Rongrong's thoughts. Qin Yuan, is he the captain of the Golden Knife Squad? Ning Fengji asked in return. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, his doubts deepened. Rongrong had only met him once, so why would she take the initiative to seek him out? Also, had he ever contacted Rongrong? Ning Wu hurriedly said, Sect Master, Qin Yuan has been away from Tiando City for 2 months. It has been Miss Rongrong who has been looking for him, he himself has not contacted her. Suddenly, he had a thought and said, Sect Master, could it be that Miss has no friends? Although Qin Yuan comes from humble beginnings, he has a proud spirit and is unwilling to bow down. It seems that Miss feels that being with him allows her to forget her status and the burdens she carries. Ning Fengji was about to retort, but swallowed his words back. Yes, he protected Ning Rongrong too well since she was little. Although the guards he arranged would talk to Ning Rongrong, they had a strong master-servant mentality. If others always obey Ning Rongrong, she will eventually lose interest. Although the rebuttals may be unpleasant to hear, they can add a touch of color to life. Ning Fengji sighed, give Rongrong a day off tomorrow. Also, go find Qin Yuan and have him guide Rongrong back on the right track. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will surely offer you some benefits. Chapter 10 The Art of Deception and Reality in Swordsmanship. The next morning, Qin Yuan successfully obtained a second soul ring for Yi Lingling, and the two quickly left the Soul Hunter Forest. The area around Tiando City is teeming with spies from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and they already knew about Qin Yuan's soul hunting mission. Ning Wu had been waiting at the forest exit for a while, and when he saw Qin Yuan, he greeted him with a smile. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Qin Yuan frowned slightly. He has no connection with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he only takes money to do things and doesn't provide after-sales service. Why is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School contacting him repeatedly? Ning Wu greeted him familiarly, Brother Qin, you're taking on another soul hunting commission. Whose daughter is this? She's got real talent. Qin Yuan interrupted, what should I call you, brother? Who ordered you to come here? Ning Wu ignored Yi Lingling standing to the side and told Qin Yuan about Ning Fengji's arrangements. The sect leader means that as long as you can guide Miss Rongrong's cultivation and learning onto the right track, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will offer you a generous gift. Open black lens bracket A 4-star mission has been detected. Accept Ning Fengji's mission, to spark Ning Rongrong's interest in learning. Mission complete. Reward, God of Slaughter Domain. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yuan was amazed. Ning Rongrong truly lives up to her reputation as a disciple of a prestigious family. Every commission she undertakes is of a high star rating, and the rewards are excellent. Qin Yuan had originally planned to use the system's reward of the illusory sword technique to train in the City of Slaughter, but now it seems unnecessary. The 4-star mission is exceptionally difficult, and it seems unlikely that Ning Rongrong will easily change her mind during the process. But out of respect for the God of Slaughter Domain, he accepted the mission. Alright, please tell sect leader Ning that I accept this task. But if I need sect leader Ning's cooperation, he must cooperate with me unconditionally. Ning Wu was merely relaying a message and couldn't make the decision for Ning Fengji. However, he stated that he would convey Qin Yuan's request to Ning Fengji. I've heard of Ning Rongrong. She's the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do you have a good relationship with her? Yi Lingling asked on the way. Qin Yuan sighed and shook his head. We don't have much of a relationship. Ning Rongrong just asked me to help her obtain her first soul ring. How would I know what the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is thinking? But if there's money to be made, I have no reason to refuse. Yi Lingling nodded slightly. I think the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School wants to recruit you. Ning Rongrong is just a bridge. When the time is right, you won't be able to refuse their recruitment. Qin Yuan chuckled and patted Yi Lingling's shoulder lightly. In our line of work, the most important thing is not to be sentimental. We only have contact with the employer during the mission, and we don't contact them again after the mission is over, nor do we bother them. As he spoke, he pointed to the steps at the foot of the hill in the distance. The Heaven Do Royal Academy is just ahead. If you need anything after this mission is completed, you can find me at a shop in the city. When a stranger approaches, the gatekeeper of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy immediately perks up and steps forward to question them. Halt, who are you? Qin Yuan explained his purpose, and the gatekeeper, knowing that Du Guyan had a powerful background, dared not offend her. Soon, Du Guyan arrived at the gatehouse and led Yi Lingling into the academy. Before leaving, Du Guyan took out several medicinal herbs from her soul tool and intended to hand them to Qin Yuan. Brother Qin, this is the final payment. I'm very grateful that you brought Lingling back. Du Guyan's eyes showed excitement and relief as she spoke. It's clear that she was recently taught a lesson by Du Gubo and was aware of the risks involved. Sending a stranger to pick someone up, especially one as closely watched by various forces as Yi Lingling, could lead to any trouble. Fortunately, Qin Yuan had an excellent reputation and did not have any ulterior motives. This final payment was probably Du Gubo's idea as well. Qin Yuan waved his hand, not taking the herbs. You've already paid, and we didn't discuss the final payment beforehand. Take the herbs back, I have other things to do. Goodbye. After saying that, he left without looking back. As he had said before, he would never bother his employer after the mission was over. Once the bottom line is breached, one may indeed make a considerable profit in the short term. However, in the long run, the losses will only be greater. As Qin Yuan left the Heaven Do Royal Academy, the system panel appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket. Complete the Samsung commissioned mission and safely deliver Yi Lingling to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Reward: max level, illusory and real sword technique, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Rewards will be given directly, no cultivation required. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Complete the 1-star quest to help Yi Lingling obtain her second soul ring. Reward: 10,000 gold soul coins. Close black lens bracket. In an instant, a massive amount of information flooded into Qin Yuan's mind. He knew everything about the illusory and real sword techniques, and his limbs seemed to have muscle memory, so the moment he raised his sword, he could unleash a fully level sword technique. Wow, it seems the system's techniques don't require any additional practice. Qin Yuan was quite satisfied. It's important to understand that the cultivation of martial arts is unique to each individual. Without the guidance of a master, one might practice to the point of qi deviation without even realizing it. Reaching the maximum level directly not only saves a lot of training time, but also indirectly protects one's safety. As for the 10,000 gold soul coins, Qin Yuan did not have a soul tool. The system's reward was a gold soul card with a face value of 10,000 gold soul coins. After accepting the reward, he quickly returned to Tiando City. The next 4-star missions are the most important. In the original timeline, Tang San, Juliana, and others risked their lives to obtain the God of Slaughter domain, but the system directly rewarded them with it without them having to face any significant risks. How could they miss such an opportunity? Tiando City. Ning Rongrong was waiting in the shop early in the morning. Chen Zi asked her why, but received no response. Helpless, Chen Zi had no choice but to temporarily suspend business to avoid trouble for this patron. Before long, Qin Yuan slowly walked towards the shop. Ning Rongrong noticed the familiar figure and immediately regained her usual energy, walking forward with a smile. Brother Qin Yuan, you're finally back. Qin Yuan was slightly puzzled. He thought the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would come to him, but Ning Rongrong took the initiative to come to him. Oh, Miss Rongrong, what brings you here? What can I do for you? Ning Rongrong puffed out her cheeks, put her hands on her hips, and muttered, Can't Rongrong come to play with you if there's nothing wrong? Qin Yuan chuckled and led Ning Rongrong into the shop. Of course, but I need a few minutes to take care of some chores. Ning Rongrong's attitude softened considerably, and she began to stroll around the shop. Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned to Chen Zi. Chen Zi complained, "Boss, what kind of mission takes 2 months? You have no idea. These 2 months." Chen Zi spoke fluently, recounting every detail from the very first day the grocery store opened. Although the process was full of twists and turns, he made a lot of money. In just 2 months, he had earned several thousand gold soul coins. So many, Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He helped Du Guyan carry out the mission, which took nearly 2 months and was extremely dangerous. He almost lost his own life. The reward Du Guyan offered was only a few thousand gold soul coins. But are the risk-efficacy of these two the same? If it weren't for the system's extra rewards, Qin Yuan would have quit long ago. By the way, boss, I've noted down all the things you entrusted to me while you were gone. Chapter 11 Killing God Domain. Please add to your favorites and read on. The time span was too long, and many guests had come 2 or 3 times. Seeing that Qin Yuan had not returned, they gradually stopped coming to inquire and began to cancel their commissions. The remaining requests were mostly trivial matters and did not trigger any system-related tasks, so Qin Yuan didn't bother with them. After a pause, Qin Yuan said, "You can continue running the shop. Keep the profits for yourself, or send them back to the village so that everyone there can improve their lives. In addition, you should save more money and wait for the right time to buy the ownership of the shop from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You can rely on this shop to support your retirement in the future." As he spoke, Qin Yuan patted Chen Zi's shoulder lightly. "Don't let your cultivation fall behind. I have a feeling that we will be able to obtain more resources in the future, and breaking through to higher levels will not be a problem." Chen Zi wasn't very interested in cultivation. In his view, cultivation was just for making money and improving his life. Now that he has businesses, he is focused solely on doing business, and inevitably his cultivation has become somewhat lax. After finishing the trivial matters, Qin Yuan then received Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong is just a little kid now, but she has a lot of experience and is more mature than other children her age. Qin Yuan sensed the loneliness and solitude in Ning Rongrong's heart from her words. In the original timeline, Ning Rongrong's demonic woman persona must have originated from this distorted illusion, right? Otherwise, how could Flanders Goading have changed Ning Rongrong's personality? Ning Rongrong just didn't want to lose her friends at Shrek Academy, which is why Flander was able to manipulate her. Once you know the root of the problem, the rest will be much easier. Miss Rongrong doesn't like studying because she doesn't have any study partners. Qin Yuan asked. Ning Rongrong rested her chin on her hands and muttered, "Those teachers' teaching methods are so boring, not fun at all. Rongrong doesn't want to be a soul master, Rongrong just wants to play with her friends." Although Qin Yuan is not a psychological expert, he understands children. Don't children all like toys? Wouldn't it be easier for Ning Rongrong to accept some obscure and difficult soul master theories in the form of toys? When Qin Yuan was in the botanical college, he had noticed the learning habits of those 6-year-old children. Many of these children are not even intellectually developed, so no matter how high the teacher's level of instruction is, it's like talking to a brick wall. Not all children are like Qin Yuan, a time traveler who understands the importance of knowledge from a young age and studies diligently. Even a precocious child like Ning Rongrong is still essentially a child. In the shadows, a pair of eyes were constantly watching Qin Yuan. This person was none other than Dugu Bo. A few days ago, he learned about the mission from Du Guyan and almost had a stroke from anger. Knowing that quite some time had passed, he refrained from going to Sylve City to search for the person. Fortunately, Qin Yuan was a man of his word, and he did not charge any extra reward afterward. This alone made Dugu Bo look at him with new respect. However, Qin Yuan's strength is average. Dugu Bo believed that the two sides would have little interaction in the future, so he gave up the idea of talking to him. Seeing that Qin Yuan was in close contact with the people of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Dugu Bo decided to stop paying attention. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed a different kind of aura. Sword Douluo, now that you're here, why hide? It's perfectly normal for Jian Daochen to secretly protect Ning Rongrong when she goes out alone. However, Chen Xin couldn't help but feel a little nervous when Dugu Bo suddenly appeared to monitor Ning Rongrong. Of course, he had no idea what Dugu Bo was really thinking. "You old poisoner, put away your petty thoughts. If you do anything to harm Rongrong, you know what I'm capable of. Chen Xin rebuked Douluo Bo through telepathy without showing himself. Douluo Bo's lips twitched slightly. How could he have known beforehand that Qin Yuan and Ning Rongrong were in contact? Just as he was about to leave, he was caught by Jian Dao Chenxin. If this weren't a city, Chenxin wouldn't have dared to make a move rashly, otherwise he would have been in a truly difficult situation. I have no grudge against the 7 treasure glazed tile school, so why would I attack a mere child? Sword Douluo, don't overthink it. Farewell. After saying that, Douluo Bo's figure disappeared from the spot. Sword Dao Chenxin spread out his senses, scanned the area, and seeing that the other party had gone far away, he stopped paying attention. However, one thing surprised him. 2 months ago, when he helped Ning Rongrong acquire a soul ring, Qin Yuan was only at level 51. Now, he is already a level 55 soul king. He is leveling up 1 level every half month on average, and he is still at the soul king stage. Such a cultivation speed is absolutely unprecedented. Sword Dao Chenxin became even more certain that Qin Yuan harbored a great secret. However, he wasn't in a hurry, everything should be done step by step. Qin Yuan had a very good attitude towards the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and if he tried to win him over in the future, they would be able to learn this secret. If they force the other party to reveal their secrets, it will ultimately lead to mutual destruction, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school will gain nothing. Without further thought, Jian Dao Chenxin remained vigilant about his surroundings. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ning Rongrong would come to Qin Yuan every 2 days to pour out her heart. During this time, Qin Yuan also carried out several 1-star missions, and now he is quite wealthy. He incorporated some complex Soul Master theories into toys, and while playing with the toys, Ning Rongrong unconsciously learned the systematic framework of Soul Master theories. In addition, Ning Rongrong was naturally intelligent, and as she received more and more praise in her studies, she naturally became more willing to learn. In her view, the knowledge points she hadn't learned were like monsters in a game, learning each point was like defeating a monster. Ning Rongrong found it easier to learn through play. Open black lens bracket complete the 4-star mission, accept Ning Fengji's request, guide Ning Rongrong to develop an interest in learning, and be rewarded with the Killing God domain. Close black lens bracket. A murderous aura inexplicably entered Qin Yuan's body, and his battle sword martial spirit spontaneously emerged, engraving a Shira mark on it. A murderous intent suddenly rose in Qin Yuan's heart. It seemed that with just a thought, the area within 100 meters would be enveloped by his domain, and he could easily kill all passers-by. But this murderous intent was quickly suppressed. The system's rewards have no side effects. He can control the overwhelming killing intent with ease without needing to adapt. A 4-star mission, this is exhausting. Qin Yuan slumped into a rocking chair. God knows how much effort he put into guiding Ning Rongrong's studies over the past 2 years. However, this also served as a reminder to him. The task level provided by the system is not entirely linked to the danger level of the task. The effort and time required are also key factors in judging the task level. Currently, only 4-star missions are available at the highest level. It's unclear whether there are 5-star missions. If so, what kind of rewards would they offer? In the past 2 years, he has neglected many things. After completing Du Guyan's mission, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling often visited the general store. I thought Douluo Bo would appear soon, but who knew that I would have to wait for 2 years. As time went on, Du Guyan visited the general store less and less often. For Qin Yuan, the immortal herb seemed to be getting further and further away. How can this be allowed? Of course, he couldn't act too deliberately. Douluo Bo was very wary, and being impatient would often backfire. Chapter 12 Ning Fengji's generous gift. With the help of the cultivation resources provided by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Qin Yuan has now broken through to level 60 and urgently needs a soul ring to advance to the Soul Emperor level. His talent wasn't top tier, but before obtaining the immortal herb, his breakthrough speed at the Soul King realm was quite remarkable. In the past, he had a small team of about 20 people by his side. Even if he hunted a spirit beast that had been around for 20,000 years with his 5th spirit ring, he had a chance to succeed as long as he was well prepared in advance. Now, he only has Chen Zi by his side, and he has not recruited anyone else. Chen Zi is only a high-level soul master, how could he help him hunt souls? Because he absorbed a spirit ring at a higher level, the age of his 6th spirit ring reached the age of the 7th spirit ring of other spirit masters. Without the help of a soul saint, his 6th soul ring would probably take a long time to arrive. Just as he was looking dejected, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School sent him an invitation. Mr. Chin, the sect leader has invited you to a private room on the top floor of the Tiando Hotel tonight. Please arrive promptly. If we can get help from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, we will definitely find a place for our 6th spirit ring. However, he was well aware of the future development trend of this area, which was too deeply connected with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and would inevitably be regarded as a thorn in the side by the Spirit Hall in the future. He couldn't withstand Bibi Dong's pressure, and besides, he also wanted to make some money from the Spirit Hall. He will still accept Ning Fengji's invitation. After all, Ning Fengji hadn't yet received the generous gift he promised to guide Ning Rongrong onto the right path. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji's study. Rongrong's cheerful and ambitious nature. Today is inseparable from Qin Yuan's help. Sect Master, you must thank him properly, Jian Dao Chenxin said quietly. Bone Douluo, standing to the side, frowned with a strange expression. Hey old swordsman, how many times have you praised that kid in the past 2 years? Anyone who didn't know better would think he was your son. I must remind you, his martial spirit is a blade, which is inferior to a sword-type martial spirit. Even if you want to inherit his mantle, you can't just find anyone randomly. Ning Fengji smiled and said, no matter what, Rongrong's changes are obvious to all. I, Ning, always keep my word, and I will not skimp on any benefits I promise. He paused for a moment, then took a file out of his desk drawer. Uncle Jian, Uncle Ji Yu, there's something I think we can discuss. According to the records, a mining cart belonging to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School went missing. According to a report from the local city lord's office, the cartload of gemstone raw materials was most likely stolen by bandits from the nearby mountains. Fengji, when did this happen? How dare they attack the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's caravan? They're asking for trouble. Ji Yu Rong was furious, with an urge to chase after them and take revenge. Ning Fengji sighed. That batch of gemstone raw materials came from an unclean source, and the vehicle did not display the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's logo. I obtained this report from Cheng. Currently, the outside world is unaware that the batch of gems is related to our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chen Xin picked up the thread. Old bones, what the sect leader means is that this matter has nothing to do with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but the disciples cannot die in vain. We need to seek justice for the disciples, but it cannot be the people of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ji Yu Ronglian said, should we ask that kid to make a move? Ning Fengji tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said, the disciple who pulls the cart is a high-level soul king. If Qin Yuan has not reached the soul emperor level, we will have to find someone else. If he has the ability, he will naturally be the first choice. They saw Qin Yuan's dedication to Ning Rongrong. Most importantly, Qin Yuan knew how to act appropriately. He neither exploited Ning Rongrong for personal gain nor charged any extra fees beyond what was entrusted to him, and he did not act recklessly under the name of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Such a person is indeed suitable to serve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chen Xin was slightly dissatisfied. If that's the case, we won't be able to recruit him into the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in a short time. Fengji, why don't you reconsider? He has many secrets. If he's willing to hand them over to the sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can attract more soul masters to join in the future. Ning Fengji is no ordinary person, having become the head of a sect. Even if Qin Yuan reveals the method for absorbing soul rings beyond one's level, how many people in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can actually do it? Privately, Ning Fengji had sought out various scholars on the mainland. The conclusion is that with the help of rare and precious materials, it is feasible to a certain extent, but it places extremely high demands on the soul master himself. Uncle Jian, I know what you're thinking, but Qin Yuan isn't the type to be subservient to others. Let's maintain the existing cooperative relationship and not break the ice. Besides, some things can be exchanged for benefits, there's no need to force him to join the sect. That evening, at the Tiando Hotel. The hotel's top floor is filled with private rooms. For maximum privacy, Ning Fengji booked the entire rooftop to prevent the contents of tonight's conversation from being leaked. When Qin Yuan arrived, he was led into the hotel through the back door by disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and entered the top floor through an internal passage, attracting almost no attention from anyone. Ning Fengji was not kept waiting long in the private room on the top floor. Upon seeing Qin Yuan appear, he greeted him with a smile. "Brother Qin Yuan, seeing is believing. You are indeed as Rongrong described, with a dignified appearance and extraordinary demeanor." Qin Yuan shook hands with him and replied with a smile, "Sect leader Ning is too kind. I am honored by Miss Rongrong's high regard for me." After exchanging pleasantries, the two sides took their seats. Sword Douluo stood behind Ning Fengji with his arms crossed. He was merely a guard, and did not participate in the subsequent discussion. As this senior Sword Douluo, Qin Yuan only knew of the other party's existence from the book, but had never met him and did not know his identity. Chen Xin nodded slightly, remaining silent and not intending to interrupt Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji chuckled softly, closing the distance between himself and Qin Yuan. He took out a soul tool from his pocket and placed it on the table. "I said I would prepare a small gift for Brother Qin. But I've been too busy lately to find the time. I heard from Rongrong that you don't have a soul tool yet, so I'll consider this soul tool as an extra gift, and it's also a small token of my appreciation." "Thank you, Sect Master Ning." Qin Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. Ning Fengji shook his head. No, it is I who should thank you. Without your guidance, I don't know when Rongrong's studies would have gotten back on track. You deserve it." Upon receiving the soul tool, Qin Yuan channeled his spiritual power into it. One has to admire Ning Fengji's generosity. Inside, besides tens of thousands of gold soul coins and a massive amount of gems, there were also plenty of cultivation resources, enough for Qin Yuan to cultivate for a long time. Ning Fengji acted like a parent, constantly asking Qin Yuan about Ning Rongrong's studies and life while she was with him. After talking for a long time, Qin Yuan realized that Ning Fengji had other important matters to discuss since he hadn't asked for the food to be served. It's a common practice at dinner parties to finish discussing business before serving the food. Ning Fengji is Qin Yuan's biggest financial backer right now, so when it comes to making money, he naturally has to go along with Ning Fengji's wishes. Before long, Ning Fengji got down to business. "Brother Qin, I have something I need you to do, but it's very dangerous, and you need to have at least the strength of a soul emperor. What do you think? The important matter has arrived." Qin Yuan smiled inwardly. Chapter 13 Double Yoke. If he could act in exchange for benefits and have the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School help him hunt souls, he wouldn't owe them a favor, nor would he become too deeply involved with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Sect Master Ning, to be honest, I have now reached level 60 and only need one more soul ring to advance to Soul Emperor. I should be able to meet your requirements, right?" Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. "You only need to absorb a soul ring to advance, it won't take long." In his heart, he still hoped that Qin Yuan would carry out this mission, as he was somewhat worried about the others. "That's wonderful." Ning Fengji took out the information and handed it to Qin Yuan to browse. "To be honest, that batch of gemstone raw materials is worth 200,000 gold soul coins and came from the black market. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot make this public, but killing my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples must pay the price. Brother, I, Ning, have always followed the rules, but others have bullied me. Don't you think I should be taught a lesson? It's probably not as simple as just giving someone a lesson." Qin Yuan wasn't stupid. How could he not know Ning Fengji's thoughts? He hadn't received any high-level missions recently, and Ning Fengji had offered them to him on his own initiative, so there was no reason for him to miss out. Having acquired the illusory blade technique in the Killing God domain, Qin Yuan had not yet engaged in any actual combat, and this was a perfect opportunity. Qin Yuan chimed in my opinion, this kind of person should be killed. Sect leader Ning is too merciful. If it were me, I would have slaughtered his entire family." Ning Fengji chuckled dryly, not expecting the other party to be so perceptive, saving him the trouble of giving any further hints. "There's no need to massacre the entire family, just make those who did wrong pay the price. Brother Qin, Since you are willing to share my burdens, I will not hold back. I entrust you with 2 tasks. The first is to avenge the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After the task is accomplished, I will prepare a generous gift for you. Secondly, it would be good if we could recover the raw gemstones. If you can bring them back, I, Ning, will give you an extra reward of 20% of the gemstones' value. Open black lens bracket Samsung quest detected. Accept Ning Fengji's request to avenge the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Quest completed. Reward, the method of detoxification, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. An unrated quest has been detected. Accept Ning Fengji's quest to retrieve gemstone materials for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Task level is determined by completion progress, and corresponding rewards are awarded. The maximum task level is 4 stars. Close black lens bracket. The system actually classified it as 2 tasks, and that I could complete both tasks at the same time and receive 2 rewards. If you're extremely lucky, the second mission can be considered a 4-star mission. However, Qin Yuan felt that the process was not so smooth. How large can raw gemstones be? After stealing the goods, the thieves would sell them piecemeal, making it impossible to trace them. Qin Yuan knew that the rewards for 4-star missions were generous, but he wouldn't waste his cultivation time pursuing mission perfection. After killing the bandits, retrieve the gemstone materials as much as possible to complete the mission efficiently. In addition, the reward from the first 3-star mission was something he desperately needed, as it would make it easier to contact Douluo in the future. Sect Master Ning, gemstone raw materials are easily dispersed and transferred. I can only retrieve as much as I find. I hope you are mentally prepared, Qin Yuan said. For the 7 treasure glazed tile school, a mere 200,000 gold soul coins worth of gemstone raw materials was nothing. Ning Fengji said this simply to offer Qin Yuan more rewards, making it easier to win him over. Having received an affirmative answer, Qin Yuan continued, Sect Leader Ning, I don't need any reward for this mission, or rather, I'd like to obtain my reward in a different way. Miss Rongrong must have told you about my spirit ring configuration. Although I can absorb spirit rings beyond my level, there are quite a few troubles involved. For example, my 6th spirit ring requires a spirit beast that is 35,000 to 40,000 years old. If possible, I hope your clan can help me hunt down the 6th spirit ring. If the reward for the mission is insufficient, I will make up the difference. Hunting a 35,000-year-old soul beast is an incredibly difficult task for most people, but for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which is full of powerful individuals, it's just a piece of cake. Ning Fengji had no reason to refuse, yet he was still willing to pay the relevant compensation. Qin Yuan didn't want to owe anyone a favor, so after several rounds of negotiation, both sides finally compromised. Ning Fengji would pay an extra reward for recovering the value of the gemstone raw materials, while the reward for hunting down the thieves would be deducted in the form of a soul ring. Speaking of absorbing soul rings beyond one's level, brother, I wonder if you could tell the 7 treasure glazed tile school how? Ning Fengji asked. After saying that, he realized he had been abrupt and quickly corrected himself. If this is your secret, then there's no need to say it. He waved his hand. Waiter, bring the food. The method of absorbing spirit rings beyond one's level has always existed in the basic theory of spirit masters, but no one dares to try it, or the success rate is extremely low. Qin Yuan placed a book in front of Ning Fengji. Sect Master Ning, the greatest truths are the simplest. All the wonders of the soul master world can be found in this fundamental theory. For example, the method of absorbing a soul ring beyond one's level varies from person to person, and my method is unique to me, others cannot do it. As Qin Yuan was leaving after the banquet, Ning Fengji told him, someone will come to the shop to borrow you tomorrow, so be prepared. After Qin Yuan left, Ning Fengji looked at Sword Douluo and asked, Uncle Sword, how was it? Chen Xin said, he showed no signs of lying. Perhaps, the truth of cultivation lies in the simplicity of the great path. Sect Master, I have a new inspiration and will be going into seclusion for a while. If you need anything later, let this old man accompany you. Uncle Jian, his words actually helped your cultivation. Ning Fengji was incredulous. Chen Xin smiled bitterly. Yes, I've overcomplicated many things. Some things are even less clear to an ordinary person. The way of the sword lies in cultivation, not in the amount of soul power one possesses. My father once said, "A true master always keeps the heart of a student." My father knew long ago that the greatest truths lie among the people. If my understanding is correct, perhaps I will have the opportunity to break through to the next level. Ning Fengji dared not delay. The stronger Chen Xin becomes, the greater the influence of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The two quickly returned to their sect. As for the book Qin Yuan left behind, Ning Fengji was flipping through it intentionally or unintentionally. It contained very basic theories, nothing special. But upon closer reflection, it seemed that all the existing advanced theories evolved step by step from the basic parts. Perhaps the book holds the truth about the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. For a time, Ning Fengji became so enamored with these books that he kept turning the pages, trying to find hope of breaking free from his shackles. Golden Knife Shop. Boss, you've taken on another commission. Do you need my help? Chen Zi scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. This shop was established thanks to Qin Yuan's connections, but he's always been the one running it and making the money. Qin Yuan continues in his old profession, living a life of constant danger. How could Chen Zi possibly continue to slack off? Chapter 14 The 35,000-year-old fire-eating tiger. Please add to your favorites and read on. Qin Yuan glared at Chen Zi, annoyed. Just run your shop properly. You don't need to worry about this. Besides, this is a confidential mission, and I can't tell you the details. If you go along to join the fun, you won't even know how you died. When one person carries out a task, the target is small, and there is more flexibility. According to Ning Fengji's report, a fierce battle broke out at the scene, and the escorting disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were eventually killed. Those people were at most soul emperors, and their strength wouldn't exceed level 64. In a situation where strength completely overwhelmed someone, there wouldn't be many signs of battle at the scene. Going on missions is my hobby, running a shop is your hobby. We're just doing what we love. Asking you to go on missions with me would be like forcing my hobby onto you. Over the past 2 years, Chen Zi has lived too comfortably and lost his vigilance, which could easily lead to mistakes during missions. This is a major reason why Qin Yuan didn't take him along. He paused, then added, if you really can't stand being idle, you can recruit some soul hunting teams to work under our name. In the future, we can act as middlemen. But please remember, any team that wants to be affiliated with us must have good character and a good reputation. To get more assignments, you have to build up your reputation. Relying solely on Qin Yuan to run quests, even if he wore himself out, he might not achieve anything significant. For example, right now, his clientele is quite limited, consisting either of commissions from the 7 treasure glazed tile school or from Douluo. By gathering more squads and increasing manpower, we can accept more missions. As time goes by and word of mouth spreads, there will be no shortage of good commissions. The next morning, the experts from the 7 treasure glazed tile school arrived at the entrance of the Golden Knife Shop. This was a burly old man with piercing eyes and a menacingly thick face. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of authority without needing to be angry. Qin Yuan strode forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Greetings, senior." The old man's expression relaxed slightly, and he smiled faintly. The sect leader told me that Mr. Qin can just call me Ning Bao. You are the young lady's guide, so you don't deserve to be called a senior. The so-called guide is the mentor on the path of a soul master, equivalent to a teacher. Ning Rongrong was unwilling to study or cultivate in the past, but she got on the right track under Qin Yuan's guidance, so he can be called her guide. Ning Bao is an elder of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but Ning Rongrong is the future successor of the school. As her mentor, Qin Yuan's future status will definitely be no less than that of the swordbone Douluo if he is willing to join the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He dares not act like a senior. Of course, Qin Yuan couldn't take what others said seriously, he still had to show them the proper respect. The two quickly entered the sunset forest. Qin Yuan had already considered the choice of his 6th spirit ring. However, the intelligence he had not been updated for 2 years, and he did not know whether the target soul beast had left the territory or been hunted down by other soul masters. A 35,000-year-old fire-eating tiger, Mr. Qin's abilities truly astonish this old man. Ning Bao stroked his beard. Although Ning Fengji had told him about Qin Yuan's situation last night, and he was somewhat prepared, Qin Yuan's words still shocked him. Senior Ning Bao, you flatter me. Being able to absorb a soul ring beyond one's level was a matter of chance back then, Qin Yuan said, bowing. Ning Bao shook his head and said with a smile, that's your good fortune. I'm getting more and more curious about how far a genius like you can go in the future. Qin Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Without immortal herbs, his cultivation speed will only slow down after he breaks through to the Soul Emperor realm. According to the theory of Soul Masters, those with innate level 5 soul power can almost certainly break through to Soul King, have a high chance of breaking through to Soul Emperor, and have a very small chance of breaking through to Soul Saint. Unless one possesses a rare and extraordinary treasure that can defy fate, it is absolutely impossible to break through to the Soul Douluo level. Now, Qin Yuan can rely entirely on the immortal herb to complete Ning Fengji's task as soon as possible, obtain the system reward, and make contact with Douluo. After passing through a dense jungle, the scenery before my eyes was completely transformed. The trees here were burned to ashes, and the ground was covered with embers and unburnt charcoal. Ning Bao scanned his surroundings and said in a deep voice, the strength of the 35,000-year-old fire-eating tiger should not be underestimated. Keep it within 10 meters of me. I can smell the aura of flames in the air. It's nearby. Qin Yuan activated his martial spirit and stayed close to his opponent, not daring to relax for a moment. After walking several hundred meters, Ning Bao suddenly shouted, found you. The next instant, 8 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 appeared beneath his feet, revealing his mighty giant bear martial soul. He rushed forward, and with each step he took, the ground trembled. As expected of the 3 upper sects, they immediately dispatched a Soul Douluo level expert. Qin Yuan sighed inwardly. The 7 Treasures glazed tile school has been established for 1,000 years and has a truly profound foundation. Qin Yuan's primary task was to ensure his own safety. He did not catch up with Ning Bao and instead retreated back into the dense forest. The fire-eating tiger lay amidst ashes, its fur ablaze with flames. Even the slightest touch would kill an ordinary soul master instantly. But who is Ning Bao? He is an 86th level Soul Douluo. Facing the attack of the fire-eating tiger, he easily slapped it away with his thick palms. Ning Bao didn't want to waste any time, so he stepped forward and struck the fire-eating tiger with his steel-like hand. A 35,000-year-old soul beast is enough to be called a local overlord in Sunset Forest, but when faced with a Soul Douluo powerhouse, it can only flee in a sorry state. The commotion caused by a powerful contra player is considerable. Just then, Douluo was healing in the yin-yang well when he noticed some movement nearby, so he immediately went out to investigate. Given his current state, he would be very vulnerable even against a Soul Douluo, let alone a title Douluo. Seeing that Ning Bao was only hunting souls and had no intention of getting close to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go back to rest, he caught a glimpse of Qin Yuan not far away out of the corner of his eye. Why is that kid here too? Douluo asked, somewhat puzzled. It was clear that the fire-eating tiger had a cultivation level of 35,000 years, and Qin Yuan had been within Ning Bao's perception range, yet he was always following behind Ning Bao. However, Ning Bao did not attack him, which clearly indicated that the two were working together. But Qin Yuan only has level 60 soul power. How could he absorb a 35,000-year soul ring? Even if the fire-eating tiger provoked them, if it wasn't their target, why keep chasing it? They could have just forced it back. Intrigued, Douluo concealed his presence and decided to follow ahead to see what was going on. He wanted to see whether Qin Yuan would absorb the spirit ring despite being of a higher level, or whether someone else would absorb it. To be honest, Qin Yuan had left a good impression on him, so since they had run into each other, Douluo would naturally pay some attention to him. Chapter 15 Corroded Arm Bone. Ning Bao is very strong. If he wasn't worried about killing the fire-eating tiger, he would have captured it long ago. Of course, even with these constraints, Ning Bao only wasted a little more time, the outcome remained the same. His fist landed heavily on the fire-eating tiger, severely injuring it and leaving it on the verge of death. Qin Yuan quickly stepped forward, cupped his hands in thanks, and said, "Thank you, senior." Ning Bao hesitated slightly and asked, "Are you sure there won't be a problem? A 10,000-year soul ring has soul vibration properties. If you fail to absorb it, I won't even have a chance to save you." Having received an affirmative answer, he stopped obstructing the process. Qin Yuan stepped forward and, with all his might, stabbed the fire-eating tiger in the neck. A dark, 10,000-year-old spirit ring emerged from the spirit beast's body. Without pausing, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot, activating the spirit ring to attach to his martial spirit, and officially entered the spirit ring absorption state. In the shadows, Douluo Bo was secretly alarmed. He knew Ning Bao, but was surprised by Qin Yuan's relationship with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and also surprised that Qin Yuan dared to absorb a soul ring beyond his level. If Qin Yuan successfully absorbs his soul ring, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will likely increase its investment in him. Douluo Bo pondered for a moment. If that were the case, should he also contact Qin Yuan? Those who have the ability to absorb spirit rings beyond their level are all peerless geniuses. Right now, Qin Yuan only has the cultivation of a soul emperor. Once he breaks through to the title Douluo level, it will be too late to curry favor with him. The Douluo family has been plagued by the poison of martial spirits for generations. As the family's overall strength has increased, the symptoms of poisoning have become more and more obvious, leading to the gradual decline of the family members. Now, only the grandfather and grandson are left to depend on each other for survival. Douluo Bo could sense that, in his current state, the toxins in his body could kill him at any moment. After his demise, Douluo Yan would have no one to protect her. His past enemies might very well seek revenge against Douluo Yan. With Qin Yuan, a rising star in the world of soul masters, protecting her, Douluo Yan's safety is assured. Absorbing a spirit ring of a higher level takes a very long time. Qin Yuan did not end his soul ring absorption state until the morning of the second day. He was already covered in sweat. A cool breeze blew by, and his body felt slightly cool. The spirit rings of the fire-eating tiger had completely merged with him, and the 6 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, and black, shone brightly at his feet. Having finished absorbing the spirit ring, Qin Yuan withdrew his spirit power and prepared to get up. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Awakening from the state of absorbing the spirit ring, the pain caused him to inadvertently unleash the killing god domain. Within a radius of 100 meters, a dense killing intent enveloped the area, and a bone-chilling coldness extended from the soles of the feet to the entire body. Caught off guard, Ning Bao shuddered, but quickly recovered and rushed forward to ask what was wrong. "What's going on? What field is this?" He thought Qin Yuan's 6th soul skill was some kind of domain soul skill, and it was now showing signs of going out of control. The intense pain made Qin Yuan's consciousness somewhat blurred, and he didn't hear what he was saying. The next instant, it felt as if an extra bone had grown on my right forearm. The moment of merging with the body, a flood of information rushed into the mind. As the pain subsided, Qin Yuan gasped for breath and hurriedly said, "Senior Ning Bao, it's all right, it's just an external soul bone." The god of slaughter. Domain then retracted. His external soul bone is called the fire-eroding arm bone. Its function is to add fire attribute abilities to objects. It can be attached to a battle sword spirit to enhance the spirit's destructive power, or it can be attached to teammates to enhance their fire attribute output. This can be considered a type of external soul bone with auxiliary functions. Of course, the soul bone has been perfectly integrated with his body, so even if someone has ulterior motives, they cannot take it away. Truly good luck. It seems I need to reassess your strength. Ning Bao laughed loudly, his eyes devoid of any greed. He paused, then patted Qin Yuan's shoulder lightly, adding, "By the way, there's something I wasn't planning to tell you. But considering you possess a domain soul skill and an external soul bone, I think you have a chance to compete for it. Of course, the task assigned by the sect leader should be the priority. This matter isn't in such a hurry." According to Ning Bao, a black market will be held in a forest near Soto City. The black market is full of all sorts of illicit treasures, and some even offer the chance to defy fate. The black market has no rules. Double-crossing is common. If Qin Yuan hadn't demonstrated formidable strength, he wouldn't have spoken up. Right now, Qin Yuan is qualified to compete for it, and if he can obtain the relevant opportunity, that would be excellent. Of course, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would also send people there. However, items on the black market have no effect on Soul Douluo and above, which is why Swordbone Douluo didn't personally go. Mr. Qin, you might as well team up with the experts from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Don't worry, you are Miss Rongrong's mentor, and most of the disciples in the sect know you. Absorbing a spirit ring beyond one's level and possessing the killing god domain, no wonder he was able to escape unscathed from the wolf-infested city of Sylves. Douluo murmured, seemingly plotting how to make contact with Qin Yuan. As a titled Douluo, Douluo also had to save face. However, given Du Guyan's experience working with Qin Yuan, it should be easier for her to get to know him. After thinking it over, Douluo decided to let Du Guyan take the initiative so that she could receive Qin Yuan's protection in the future. After acquiring the spirit ring, Qin Yuan didn't linger for a moment and headed towards the Barak kingdom. The intelligence indicated that the location where the gem was stolen was not within the city limits of Sodo, but not far from it. He needed to complete the mission quickly so he could also join the fun at the black market. Traveling alone, coupled with his Soul Emperor cultivation level, significantly increased his travel speed. In just 7 days, they entered the territory of the Barak kingdom and quickly arrived at Linchuan city following the address provided in the intelligence. The city is named Linchuan because a large river flows through it and there are many well-developed waterways around it. The kingdom of Barak is located on the Lima plain. Nutrients from the river flow through Linchuan city and reach Sodo city, which is an important reason why Sodo city has become the granary of the empire. Linchuan city was located on the grain route, and merchants often stopped there to rest, which led to the rise of bandits. Upon entering the city, Qin Yuan did not immediately carry out his mission. Instead, he sat down in a tea house frequented by merchants, intending to inquire about the movements of the target thieves. It should be noted that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School did not want to be associated with this matter, and had conducted very little investigation into the group of thieves. Therefore, Qin Yuan needed to investigate on his own. In the tea house, Qin Yuan casually found an empty table in the main hall and sat down. It was harvest season, and many merchants came and went, so the tea house was soon full. Qin Yuan was alone, yet he occupied an entire table. In order to attract as many customers as possible, the waiter arranged for 3 other businessmen to share a table with him. Businessmen are usually very eloquent, and many deals are even made unintentionally with just a single sentence. A middle-aged businessman named Lu Guofu spoke eloquently at the tea table. "Gentlemen, are you all in the grain business? Our Guofu Chamber of Commerce is the largest grain merchant in the Haagen-Dazs kingdom. Would you gentlemen be interested in selling a batch of grain to us?" Chapter 16 The Gems of the Spirit Hall. The 2 guests at the tea table echoed Lu Guofu's sentiments. The kingdom of Haagen-Dazs is located in the north of the empire, and is covered by ice and snow all year round, making it impossible to grow crops. The fact that Lu Guofu's Chamber of Commerce could achieve such a scale in the Haagen-Dazs kingdom was itself a business opportunity. The 2 businessmen had the dream of developing their businesses in the Haagen-Dazs kingdom and had many conversations with him. After a short while, seeing that Qin Yuan had no intention of striking up a conversation, Lu Guofu thought he wasn't attractive enough, so he couldn't help but ask, "What's your name, sir? Are you also in the grain business?" Qin Yuan took a sip of tea and shook his head. "My surname is Qin. I don't deal in grain, I deal in gemstones." Lu Guofu suddenly realized, that makes sense. There are always people panning for gold downstream. Since you're a gem merchant, you must be buying gold nuggets from those small-time buyers. I happen to have some connections. Do you want me to introduce you to them? The gemstone business is a big business, and the most famous gemstone merchant in the Heaven Do Empire comes from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qin Yuan appeared calm, clearly having seen much of the world, and was very likely a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Anyone doing business in the Heaven Do Empire can't avoid the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Building a good relationship with Qin Yuan can only bring benefits and no harm. Qin Yuan shook his head again. That's not necessary. The profit from gold and silver is limited, processed gemstones are much more profitable. I didn't bring much capital with me on this trip, so I'll prioritize acquiring raw gemstones. Another guest at the table became interested and struck up a conversation. Brother Qin, my name is Huang Ling. I know a merchant who has some gemstone raw materials of excellent quality. I wonder if you are interested. The batch of gemstone raw materials stolen from the 7 treasure glazed tile school was naturally of the highest quality. If they were lucky, the person Huang Ling introduced would most likely be connected to that group of thieves. Lu Guofu didn't want anyone else to steal Qin Yuan's attention, so he immediately said, Brother Qin, I am older than you and have seen more of the world. Recently, a caravan transporting raw gemstones near Linchuan City was hijacked by thieves. Be careful not to buy stolen goods. If the original owner finds out, it will only cause more trouble. Qin Yuan feigned surprise. Is that so? Whose convoy was hijacked? Lu Guofu shook his head. As a big businessman, he had certain information channels, but the gemstone business was not within his business scope, so it did not receive much attention. But Huang Ling was not happy with his words. Brother Lu, my friend's gemstones are of reliable origin. Don't talk nonsense, and don't ruin my business. Lu Guofu shrugged. I was just trying to be helpful and remind Brother Qin to stay vigilant so he doesn't get targeted by thieves. We left the tea house. Qin Yuan had a plan in mind. According to Lu Guofu, there was only one robbery of gemstone raw materials recently, but Huang Ling acted very agitated, suggesting that the friend he mentioned was not legitimate and that he was just a middleman looking for clients. Not long after, Huang Ling left the tea house and met up with Qin Yuan at the street corner. Brother Qin, please don't misunderstand. The gems my friend has are of absolutely top quality, and there are no disputes whatsoever. We are legitimate businessmen, how could we possibly deal in illicit goods? Qin Yuan smiled and nodded, I still want to trust Brother Huang. However, I have been searching the mainland for a long time but haven't found anything good. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain myself properly. During their conversation, Huang Ling led Qin Yuan out of the city. According to Huang Ling's explanation, there is a mine outside the city that produces gemstones, so the trading venue is outside the city. During this time, Qin Yuan did raise some questions, but Huang Ling brushed them off. Before long, they arrived at a wooden house outside the city. The friend Huang Ling mentioned was a fierce-looking man. He was carrying a bulging sack and looking around warily. Old Huang, is this the buyer? The man asked warily. Huang Ling responded and then said, I've brought you the guests. You can talk to each other on your own, but don't forget to give me a share. After saying that, he left. Qin Yuan picked up a stool and sat down in front of the man. Let me see the goods. The man looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, took out a rough gemstone from the sack. Qin Yuan had thought the other party would try to cheat him, but it turned out they were actually conducting a legitimate transaction. It's no wonder the theft of the jewels didn't cause much of a stir. After stealing them, the thieves started a legitimate business in secret. Naturally, it didn't attract much attention. Qin Yuan's purpose was not to actually buy gemstone raw materials, and besides, he didn't have that much money. However, even a novice like him could tell that these gems were of exceptional quality. If they were just ordinary gemstone raw materials, why would the 7 treasure glazed tile school take such a huge risk to purchase them from the black market? Qin Yuan had some guesses in his mind, and then asked, the gem is indeed good, and the inside is very clear without any cracks. However, I recently heard that a vehicle transporting gems was stolen. I need to know the origin of your gems to avoid buying stolen goods and causing unnecessary trouble. The man frowned. If you can't afford it, then get lost. Don't keep asking questions. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuan decided to buy all the gemstone raw materials in the sack so as not to alert the enemy. Although it hurts, if these gems were indeed stolen from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he could still recoup some of the cost. That night, Qin Yuan returned to Linchuan City once again. According to Ning Fengji's instructions, there was a secret stronghold of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in Linchuan City, and Qin Yuan rushed there to meet up with them. Mr. Qin, there are some things we dare not investigate too deeply, lest we attract the attention of other forces. Qin Yuan hurriedly asked, I know this is counterfeit goods, but who is the original owner? Even the 7 treasure glazed tile school doesn't dare to offend him. The 7 treasure glazed tile school disciple chuckled dryly and, following Ning Fengji's instructions, revealed the truth: these gems belong to the Spirit Hall. They were stolen by a group of vicious thugs and later appeared on the black market, where they were bought by our sect's disciples. The Spirit Hall's experts have already tracked down to Linchuan City. Mr. Qin, you must be careful to avoid being seen by the Spirit Hall. To be honest, this mission wasn't about avenging the 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples, it was more like silencing them. The thieves who took the soul tools of the 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples must have known their identities. If the Spirit Hall finds these thieves first, and the information is leaked, the Spirit Hall will have a reason to attack the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It's no wonder Ning Fengji approached Qin Yuan, given his clean background and deep connections with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. If an outsider were to reveal this to the Spirit Hall, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would be in serious trouble. Qin Yuan was inevitably somewhat dissatisfied with Ning Fengji's deliberate concealment. He needed to assess the risks of the mission, as any concealment could ultimately lead to mission failure. The disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, this matter is of great importance, and the sect leader has to be careful." As he was speaking, another disciple came to report the results of the identification. Most of the gems Qin Yuan brought back were from the batch that the 7 treasure glazed tile school bought on the black market, but some inferior goods were mixed in and pressed at the bottom of the sacks to pass off as high-quality ones. Chapter 17: The Domineering Style of the Spirit Hall. Open black lens bracket. Due to a major change in circumstances, the mission has been upgraded to a 4-star mission. Upon completion, the reward is the method of detoxification, and the max-level movement technique, treading snow without a trace. Close black lens bracket. Although Ning Fengji concealed important information, the system's task rating will be adjusted based on the content of the commission. Upgrade to a 4-star mission and you'll receive an additional agility bonus upon completion. However, how could a 4-star mission be so easy to complete? It's not a mission that can be completed by simply spending time. The mission process must be extremely dangerous, especially the part where you have to snatch food from the clutches of the Spirit Hall. If you're not careful, your life will be in danger. No wonder Ning Fengji agreed to help him obtain a spirit ring and even offered him a reward for the mission. It turns out this was a sign of his guilty conscience. The blame lies with Qin Yuan for underestimating Ning Fengji and being deceived by his appearance. After this incident, he decided to have no further contact with Ning Fengji in the short term, and would not accept any commissions from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. No wonder Tang Hao from the original timeline said that Ning Fengji was very talented. On the surface, they were like brothers, but behind the scenes, he was full of scheming and plotting. This was probably Ning Fengji's true nature. Having identified his target, Qin Yuan quietly left the city the next day at dawn. Seeing the man carrying another sack of gems to set up his stall, he lay in wait nearby to observe the situation. The fact that the other party can keep producing gems means they must have a warehouse or a stronghold behind them. Just wait patiently until they return, and you'll be able to find out where those thieves are going. Qin Yuan is a patient hunter, but the people of the Spirit Hall are not. The Spirit Hall has an intelligence system that spans the entire continent. Although the theft of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's convoy transporting gems near Linchuan City did not cause much of a stir, the Spirit Hall could easily find out about it with its capabilities. In the mainland, the only organization with sufficient funds and the courage to take on such a large quantity of goods in the gemstone business is the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Of course, the Spirit Hall's primary task is to recover the gem and avenge the thieves. As for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, without sufficient evidence, the Spirit Hall dares not easily take action against them. Soon, in Qin Yuan's sight, a group of powerful figures dressed as members of the Spirit Hall surrounded the wooden house and its surrounding area, and each of them possessed the strength of a soul emperor. A man who sells gemstones has no way to escape. Qin Yuan's face darkened. The Spirit Hall's move was practically an open declaration that they intended to take action against this group of thieves. He didn't know if there were any hidden agents nearby, but he felt that the Spirit Hall's actions were too hasty. At the same time, alarm bells rang loudly in Qin Yuan's mind. The Spirit Hall sent 20 soul emperors, each of whom was no weaker than him. If they were to fight head-on, he would have no chance of winning. Left with no other choice, he had to retreat to a distance to observe the actions of the spirit hall. The people from the spirit hall acted without any mercy. Several soul emperors worked together to capture the man in the first instance, and then tortured him on the spot to force him to reveal the location of the mountain stronghold behind him. Qin Yuan followed behind the other party and arrived at the foot of a mountain in the afternoon. The spirit hall did not rush to attack, but instead dispersed to surround the entire mountain. Qin Yuan didn't know how the system would determine whether the mission was completed. If the spirit hall people found out that the 7 treasure glazed tile school was behind it, and his mission failed because of this, it would be a huge loss. After all, he has no precedent for failing a mission, and he can't afford to ruin his reputation. After thinking for a moment, he decided to conceal himself, find a vulnerable spot, and quietly climb the mountain under the cover of night. There is a large camp on the mountain, which belongs to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang's lair was surrounded by numerous sentries, and the actions of the Spirit Hall's Soul Emperor squad could not escape the observation of these undercover agents. The main tent of the Black Tiger Gang. Gang leader Xiao Yu looked grim, and the gang members below all hung their heads in dejection. Over the years, no one has ever escaped alive from the Spirit Hall's attempts to eradicate them. The powerful figures from the Spirit Hall surrounded the mountain stronghold. Once the main force arrived, no one on the mountain would be able to escape. Brother, how exactly did we offend the Spirit Hall? The leaders of the stronghold were filled with doubt. Xiao Yu was unaware of this. He knew that they had only recently robbed one convoy, but that convoy had absolutely no connection with the Spirit Hall. Moreover, according to his investigation, that convoy was likely from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. When did the Spirit Hall become so close to the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Besides, even if the 7 treasure glazed tile school had the ability to take revenge, it would be impossible for them to ask the Spirit Hall for help. As for past mistakes, that's even less likely. With the Spirit Hall's intelligence network spanning the entire continent, they should have traced them back to us long ago, instead of waiting until today to take action. Xiao Yu vaguely guessed that the Spirit Hall's operation this time might be related to that batch of gems, but he really couldn't understand why the Spirit Hall would pursue a batch of gems that had nothing to do with them. Or did someone in the stronghold take action on their own and offend the Spirit Hall? A mix of doubts and anxieties weighed on Xiao Yu's mind, making him extremely irritable. He pushed aside the beautiful women and fine wine beside him, ready to lash out. At this time, Qin Yuan had already infiltrated the mountain stronghold. Black Tiger's stronghold was large and had many members. Qin Yuan was familiar with their way of speaking and their logic. When he blended in, others only thought he was a new member of the stronghold and didn't question him much. He made up his mind to kill only the ringleader of the mountain stronghold and to find as much incriminating evidence as possible left by the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He only has one chance to act. Once he senses the commotion in the stronghold, the Spirit Hall will soon launch an attack. Whether we can complete the task or not, we'll leave it to luck. Within the Black Tiger Gang, apart from the upper-level members who knew about the situation down the mountain, most of the gang members were completely unaware of it. In order to buy time for the retreat, Xiao Yu decided to sacrifice the lives of ordinary members to give them a chance to evacuate safely. Upon reaching the vicinity of the main tent, Qin Yuan used his soul power to sense that Xiao Yu and other high-ranking officials were discussing matters inside. He walked towards the main tent, but the members guarding the perimeter saw this and shouted, "This is a strategically important place in the mountain stronghold. Unless it is urgent, you are not allowed to approach." Before the other party could stop him, Qin Yuan raised his knife and beheaded him. 6 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, and black, shone beneath Qin Yuan's feet. The killing god domain, centered on his body, instantly enveloped an area within 100 meters. A terrifying murderous aura and a chilling atmosphere spread, causing panic among those within its reach. As the gang leader, Xiao Yu was quite strong and managed to keep his balance. He rushed out of the tent, exclaiming in surprise, "Who are you, and why are you causing trouble for my Black Tiger Gang?" Qin Yuan's killing intent was stronger than all of them combined. Without experiencing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, it was absolutely impossible to condense such terrifying killing intent. In Xiao Yu's view, Qin Yuan was definitely not a member of the Spirit Hall, but most likely one of their colleagues. Qin Yuan's strength should not be underestimated. He dared to storm into the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters with just one sword. "You're a soul saint." Xiao Yu frowned, carefully counting Qin Yuan's soul rings, and exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. How could an ordinary person absorb 1,000-year soul ring in their second soul ring? Who exactly are you?" Chapter 18 The Power of the God of Slaughter Domain. Qin Yuan had no obligation to explain for him. Within the range of the God of Slaughter's domain, Qin Yuan could see the strength of everyone. Xiao Yu possesses the strength of a low-level soul emperor, and the other members are at most soul kings. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Yu in front of us is the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Qin Yuan's eyes flashed with crimson light as he gripped his battle blade, and his first spirit ring shone beneath his feet. First spirit skill, battle style. This amplification soul skill increased his attack power by about 50%. With the addition of the max level killing god domain, he has an extra 20% increase in combat power and can suppress his opponent's combat power by 20%. The sword was thrust out, its blade gleaming with a cold light. As it fell horizontally, even though Xiao Yu reacted quickly, a deep wound was still slashed across his chest, and blood soaked into his chest. "Damn it, who is this guy? He's incredibly strong." In retaliation, Xiao Yu activated his martial soul, and 6 soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, appeared beneath his feet. His humble origins meant that his first spirit ring was only 10 years long. He looked down on spirit masters with the best spirit ring configurations, believing that they were just born into privilege. However, he couldn't bring himself to hate Qin Yuan's soul ring configuration. On the contrary, he felt a bit of respect for him. Absorbing a spirit ring of a higher level requires great courage, and even those from distinguished backgrounds rarely manage to do it. "Wait a minute, if you're willing, you'll be the second in command of the stronghold, and you'll govern the stronghold with me. Such talent must be won over. We must never resort to direct confrontation." Unfortunately, all that answered him was the fierce slash of the battle blade. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, and his black tiger martial soul roared. The moment the amplification soul skill was activated, his muscles bulged slightly, and sharp claws shot out from between his hands, making him look quite terrifying. "My strength has been suppressed by 20%. Due to his limited knowledge, he was unaware of the existence of the domain. Although he had doubts, saving his life was more important at the moment. Fourth soul skill, Fierce Tiger Tear. He swung his claws toward Qin Yuan's chest, but when the latter blocked with his sword, a barely perceptible smile appeared in his eyes. The physical abilities of a weapon spirit master are inferior to those of a beast spirit master. As long as Qin Yuan's battle blade is clamped down, the battlefield situation will be completely reversed. But when his tiger claws came down, he missed. The sword was still in place 1 second, but the next second it changed from an illusion to a reality and slashed at his wrist. Fortunately, his defenses were strong enough, and the window of opportunity was too short. Otherwise, if Qin Yuan had activated his soul skill, Xiao Yu's arm would have been severed. Even so, the pain in his wrist still made him feel uncomfortable. The essence of the art of swordsmanship lies in the combination of feints and real attacks. This technique is very ordinary, and it doesn't even have strong offensive power, but it is very practical. Qin Yuan drew his sword and stepped back, standing with the sword in hand, his eyes filled with coldness. In the face of an absolute powerhouse, the gang members who usually called each other brothers kept their distance, afraid of being noticed by Qin Yuan. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and glared at these guys, thinking to himself that he would make them pay later. He tore a piece of cloth from the corner of his clothes, wrapped it around his wrist, and grinned. "We have no past grudges, no present enmity. Why do you want to kill me? I want to die knowing the truth." Qin Yuan held the knife in a reverse grip, pressed it against his sleeve, and wiped the blood from the blade. He pressed down his straw hat and said coldly, "Someone is willing to pay for your life. Don't even think about bribing me, the offer is beyond your wildest imagination." The Spirit Hall. Xiao Yu immediately shook his head. The Spirit Hall's experts have already arrived. They could launch a direct attack instead of sending just one person up the mountain. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall, and if they couldn't even muster such a monstrous powerhouse, then it could only be. Without giving him a chance to continue, Qin Yuan's fifth spirit ring lit up beneath his feet. His battle sword spirit was bathed in raging flames, and with a single slash, the sword energy, accompanied by firelight, shattered the tranquility of the night. You think it'll be that easy to kill me? Sixth soul skill, Tiger's bone-shattering hand. A surge of immense soul power converged in his hands, turning his palms blood red, with a crimson light shooting into the sky. The Soul Emperor's aura was undisguised, yet he could not break through the suppression of the killing god's domain. Qin Yuan's face remained calm and his voice was utterly composed. Let's stop here. Sixth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flame Slash. I have never used my sixth soul skill since I acquired it, but today I will use Xiaoyu as a sacrifice for my sword. The battle blade's spirit was enveloped in dark red flames, amplifying its power. The blade's edge gleamed brilliantly in the moonlight. He gripped the knife handle with both hands and chopped forcefully, colliding with the tiger's claws. The aftershocks of the clash of soul skills caused all soul masters below the soul venerable level in the killing god domain to perish on the spot. After a breath, Qin Yun severed Xiao Yu's head and put it into his soul tool. His gaze was cold as he casually picked up the soul tool from the other person's body, and his mental energy followed closely behind to examine the goods inside. Upon seeing the identity token of the 7 treasure glazed tile school disciple, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he still didn't know how many people knew about this. In order to complete the mission and for the system's reward, he had to deal with the remaining high-ranking members of the stronghold. At the foot of the mountain. Inside the Spirit Hall squad's tent. Upon hearing the great commotion coming from the mountain, they gathered in pairs and began to discuss the situation. What happened? Did someone make the first move? The leader couldn't help but ask. The deputy beside him shook his head. Impossible. We're an action team. We wouldn't make such a mistake. Captain, I think it's possible that a powerful expert was sent by the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Their mission was not only to recover the raw gemstones, but also to uncover evidence that the 7 treasure glazed tile school had purchased stolen goods, so that they could launch an attack against the 7 treasure glazed tile school later. Therefore, it's not surprising that the 7 treasure glazed tile school sent out powerful experts to destroy evidence. Damn the 7 treasure glazed tile school. They've ruined our perfect encirclement. The leader cursed a few times, then called everyone up the mountain. They had to find the evidence, no matter what. Meanwhile, in Linchuan City, the person in the black robe sat upright at the tea table. Judging from their figure, it was a woman. Interesting, to actually run into someone who possesses the god of slaughter domain. It's been a long time. A wicked smile appeared beneath the black robe. The brim of his hat was pulled low, obscuring his face. The shadowy man beside him was shrouded in black mist, his face pale, and he looked extremely eerie. But at this moment, he seemed somewhat flustered. Your Majesty, besides you, Tang Hao of the Haoshan sect is also a member of the god of slaughter domain on the continent. Now that Tang Hao has appeared, we should avoid his sharp edge and not confront him head-on. We will wait until my subordinates have gathered enough men before launching a siege against Tang Hao. The woman in black robes sneered. If it were Tang Hao, I would like to meet him. Unfortunately, our intelligence has not been updated. There is a third person in this world who possesses the god of slaughter domain, which truly piques my curiosity. Such a brilliant and talented person should not be unknown. It seems that there was a major oversight in the intelligence of our Spirit Hall, which caused us to miss such a genius and even be recruited by the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The gloomy-faced man exclaimed in shock, Your Majesty, this. The woman in black robes stood up, placed a gold soul coin on the table as payment for her tea, and walked out of the tea house on her own. Let's meet him. It would be best if he could be of use to my Spirit Hall. Chapter 19 Pope Bibidan. Qin Yuan was like a wolf entering a sheepfold, displaying the domineering power of the god of slaughter domain to the fullest extent. The Soul King, revered as a pillar of the Soul Master world, couldn't withstand more than 3 rounds before being beheaded by him. He collected these heads one by one as proof of his success to Ning Fengji. From the moment the battle began, the gang members on the mountain stronghold scattered and fled. Some of the gang members who escaped down the mountain encountered the powerful members of the Spirit Hall, and a fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides. Qin Yuan understood that the Spirit Hall could surround him at any moment, so he grabbed a gang leader and interrogated him about the location of the treasure vault. Having obtained the exact address, he quickly stormed in. The treasury contains a large quantity of gemstone raw materials, as well as other treasures. He didn't take all the gems, he left 30%. After all, the spirit hall experts had come all this way, and he couldn't let them come away empty-handed, otherwise he would become their target. His soul tool had limited capacity, so he took some of the more valuable treasures, but showed no greed for the others. He then mingled with the gang members and went down the mountain together. The powerful members of the Spirit Hall were only focused on climbing the mountain and did not hunt down the fleeing members, allowing Qin Yuan to escape successfully. Of course, he was not safe at this moment, and he fled into the darkness without stopping for a moment. Before long, he arrived at the riverbank and was about to cross the river when he saw a man and a woman blocking his way. The gloomy man stepped forward, scrutinizing him closely, and couldn't help but marvel, truly impressive, single-handedly storming into a large mountain stronghold and managing to escape unscathed. You even managed to toy with all the soul emperors of my spirit hall. Back in the day, I couldn't have done it as cleanly and efficiently as you. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Those who possess the killing god domain are aware of each other. Qin Yuan noticed the woman beside him and realized something was wrong. Among women in mainland China, only Pope Bibi Dong currently possesses the God of Slaughter domain. So, who is this gloomy man? He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope, greetings, Your Highness Ghost Douluo." Ghost Douluo suddenly smiled. You do have some discernment. It's truly remarkable that someone of your status could recognize me and His Holiness the Pope. Seeing that Ghost Douluo greatly admired the other party and was rambling on, Bibi Dong couldn't help but snort coldly. Ghost, step back. Bibi Dong stepped forward, removed her phoenix hat, and revealed her stunningly beautiful face. Her expression was indifferent, making it impossible to fathom her thoughts. Tell me, who sent you? Qin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting, calm and composed, without the slightest fear, and said, Your Holiness, I am only obligated to do what is right. Please forgive me for not being able to disclose my employer's information. A glint of light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and a hint of smugness appeared on her lips. I don't need to guess to know it's the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I have no interest in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. On the contrary, I am very interested in you. If I wanted to entrust you with a task, would you still act this way? Qin Yuan said earnestly, reputation and bottom line are my principles. No matter whose commission it is, as long as I take it on, I will be responsible to the end, and there will be no extra fees throughout the process. Bibi Dong chuckled, showing more approval towards Qin Yuan. Intriguing indeed. Drifting halfway between life and death, you've managed to rise above others in the city of slaughter. You have some skill. Join the Spirit Hall, and I will grant you the treatment of a soul saint. If you break through to Soul Douluo, I will provide you with the resources to advance to title Douluo. Qin Yuan had some opinions about what would happen in the future. The unification of the mainland is an inevitable trend. The rapid development of soul tool technology on the Sun-Moon continent is inseparable from a stable internal environment. 6,000 years later, the two continents collided. The Douluo continent was still embroiled in internal strife, while the Sun-Moon continent was united against external forces. Qin Yuan will not comment on right or wrong, but at least he has no ill will towards the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for the system, he might have accepted Bibi Dong's offer of recruitment, but now, he was unwilling to be affiliated with any power. I apologize, Your Holiness, but I am used to working alone. Of course, I have not completely severed ties with the Spirit Hall. As long as Your Holiness is willing, you can issue me a commission at any time, and I will not refuse as long as the price is right. Qin Yuan is now over 30 years old. If it were Bibi Dong at this age, she would be close to breaking through to the title Douluo level. Qin Yuan's talent wasn't top tier, and his acquisition of the God of Slaughter domain likely involved a degree of luck. Of course, Bibi Dong wouldn't let Qin Yuan off easily, nor would she be fooled by his words. She gave Ghost Douluo a look, and he understood and immediately went to investigate Qin Yuan's background. After a pause, Bibi Dong said, Since you are willing to accept my commission, now that I have no guards by my side, you will stay by my side and serve as my guard for a period of time. I will give you a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. Bibi Dong's request did not trigger a system task. After all, with Bibi Dong's strength, few people on the continent could harm her in the slightest, so she didn't need Qin Yuan's protection at all. Qin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting and said earnestly, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Holiness the Pope. However, I still have to report to my superiors. Could you please wait a little while?" Bibi Dong chuckled coldly, crossing her arms. "Hey, you're quite honest. Go and report back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji claims to be a gentleman, but he's nothing but a hypocritical rat." Qin Yuan agreed with this statement. If it weren't for the system's rewards, he would have quit long ago. The commission concealed crucial details, clearly indicating that he was being sent to his death. In the near future, he will sever ties with Ning Fengji and cease all contact. With Bibi Dong's endorsement, Qin Yuan didn't need to flee overnight, he could simply swagger back to Linchuan City. He handed over the recovered gems, along with the heads of Xiao Yu and the others, to the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In some matters, Bibi Dong may be petty, but once she makes a promise, she never goes back on it halfway through. After instructing the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples to withdraw, Qin Yuan went to report back to Bibi Dong. Open black lens bracket complete the 4-star quest to seek justice for the deceased disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward, antidote remedy, and the max level movement technique, treading snow without a trace, close black lens bracket. Memories flooded in like a tidal wave. The method of detoxification is not a book, but exists in Qin Yuan's mind as a memory. He can write it down from memory at any time if he wants. As for treading snow without a trace, the spontaneously formed muscle memory makes his body as light as willow catkins in the wind, coming and going without a trace. Open black lens bracket recover 40% of the total gems for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Mission rating, 3 stars. Reward, illustrated compendium of immortal herbs, close black lens bracket. Memories flooded back. In fact, Qin Yuan had done his homework beforehand in order to make contact with Douluo. In the past, he learned a lot about the herb, either by purchasing it on the market or by obtaining it through special channels. However, compared to the system's rewards, past knowledge seems insignificant. That's good, though, it saves him from having to put in more effort later. After he breaks away from Bibi Dong, he will have plenty of opportunities to get in touch with Douluo. Chapter 20 Black Market. Bibi Dong's purpose in this trip was to access the black market near Sodo City. Logically speaking, this kind of thing can be done by subordinates, at most by Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo himself, rather than by the Pope himself. Qin Yuan was unaware of Bibi Dong's purpose in making the trip in person. Of course, once he accepts the commission, he will fulfill his duty as a guard. On the mainland, very few people have actually seen the Pope, but no one can guarantee that they won't encounter someone who knows her. The fact that the Pope traveled without a ceremonial guard and kept such a low profile could easily damage Bibi Dong's prestige if the news leaked out. Qin Yuan's main task was to drive for Bibi Dong and prevent her from being exposed. After 3 days of swaying and bumping, the carriage arrived near the city of Sodo. Surprisingly, Bibi Dong didn't stay in a luxury hotel, but instead casually checked into a guest house. This action inevitably changed Qin Yuan's opinion of her. It cannot be ruled out that Bibi Dong has other plans and is not in a position to be too high profile. Since entering the inn, Bibi Dong has remained inactive, staying in her room and not coming out. Qin Yuan stood guard outside the door. The shop assistant set up a table and chair for him. He sipped his tea and idly watched the travelers passing by in the hotel. After an unknown amount of time, Bibi Dong's voice came, "Come, follow me to the outside of the city." Qin Yuan did as instructed. Bibi Dong is incredibly powerful, her aura is extremely well concealed, and she moves with incredible speed, making her difficult to detect. Fortunately, Qin Yuan obtained the snow treading without a trace movement technique, so he didn't fall too far behind in speed. Outside the city, seeing Qin Yuan's light and swift steps, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, her interest piqued. "This isn't a soul skill, it's your family's secret technique. I'm becoming more and more curious about you. I don't want to let a talent like you go." Qin Yuan shrugged and said, "Movement techniques are innate and require no special cultivation skills. Perhaps, a chance moment of enlightenment could allow one to travel 1,000 miles a day, in cultivation." Bibi Dong didn't believe his nonsense, but she didn't press him further either. Bibi Dong's purpose for this trip, to purchase the treasure that Juliana needs on the black market. Since ascending to the papacy, Juliana has been her emotional anchor. She didn't trust others to handle things, and she believed that only she knew what Juliana truly needed. I thought it would be an ordinary trip, but I never expected to meet such a peculiar person as Qin Yuan. If Juliana could learn such movement techniques, wouldn't it be more helpful for her future cultivation? The more outstanding Qin Yuan's performance, the less likely she was to let him go easily. Unless Qin Yuan's previous words were true, there might still be some room for maneuver. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. Moreover, Bibi Dong's personality is unpredictable, so for his own safety, Qin Yuan became much more cautious in his speech. The black market is located in a dense forest 30 miles outside the city of Soto. This area has been artificially cleared, and everyone who comes here must conceal their identity. In the open space, sellers set up their own stalls, displaying treasures that were both genuine and fake. Of course, most of the genuine items are kept secret. Among them are treasures from the spirit hall and the 3 upper sects. Snake spirit grass, which greatly helps snake-type soul masters in their cultivation and can assist in condensing snake inner cores. How could such a treasure appear? Qin Yuan clicked his tongue slightly. In his memory, snake spirit grass was a celestial herb, a priceless treasure. Bibi Dong glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't listen to the seller's description, go see for yourself." Perhaps feeling that Qin Yuan had too many secrets, Bibi Dong acted somewhat friendly in order to make it easier to win him over, and even took the initiative to answer his questions. After wandering around for a long time, Bibi Dong casually remarked, "It's all garbage." She didn't try to hide from people. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and anyone within 20 meters of her could hear her. One seller, clearly in a bad mood, yelled, "Hey, don't you know the rules? If you're not buying, get out of here and stop pointing fingers." Seeing that Bibi Dong and the others did not answer, he stepped forward, ready to teach them a lesson. Qin Yuan reversed his grip on the knife and, with lightning speed, severed the opponent's arm. He then coldly said, "Get lost." What a sharp knife. Those who dare to come to the black market are all quite strong, at least at the Soul King level, and there are many Soul Saint level experts as well. But Qin Yuan's strike was too fast. Even if it wasn't a sneak attack, it could have severed the seller's arm. After a short while, someone started to jeer. "This seller, since you've been exaggerating the miraculous effects of your healing herbs, claiming they can bring the dead back to life and heal even broken bones, why don't you experience the effects of the medicine for yourself? As long as your arm grows back, we'll buy all your medicinal herbs, no matter the price." Not far away, the experts of the 7 treasure glazed tile school quietly gathered. The sect leader said that Mr. Qin's sword is very fast and his strength is great. Although that person was masked, judging from his attire and figure, it should be Mr. Qin. Why didn't Mr. Qin team up with us? Another person said, "Mr. Qin hasn't joined a sect after all, so he's free to act as he pleases, and we shouldn't bother him. Some things are not our concern." Bibi Dong possesses exceptional perception, and she had already released all the little spiders. When she entered the black market, she had control over everyone's actions in the black market, including the words of the 7 treasure glazed tile school disciple. At this point, she began to believe that Qin Yuan was not lying. Taking money to do things and moving between multiple forces can certainly maximize profits. However, this kind of life is not stable. There is a possibility that one meal will not be enough to eat, not to mention the risks that may be encountered during the mission. A slight mistake could lead to death on the spot. She couldn't understand why Qin Yuan, who could have joined the spirit hall and lived a more leisurely and better life, would continue to accept commissions. Putting everything else aside, as long as Qin Yuan is willing to teach Juliana and the others his movement techniques and swordsmanship, the spirit hall will never treat him unfairly. Unable to figure it out, Bibi Dong could only wait for Ghost Douluo to investigate and try to find the reason from Qin Yuan's background. As time went by, Qin Yuan bought some cultivation resources and some high-value treasures on the black market. At dawn, Bibi Dong set her sights on a new seller. The black market only operates at night and closes down at dawn, so this person's arrival at this time is clearly ill-timed. However, the treasures it sold attracted Bibi Dong's attention. On the stall was a dagger crafted from dark silver. A pale purple mark adorned the blade, suggesting that infusing it with soul power would unleash even greater power. Qin Yuan frowned slightly. The dagger in front of him seemed to be an offensive soul tool. Because the technology of soul tools has been lost in the Douluo continent, people's impression of soul tools is often associated with storage functions. What price? Bibi Dong's words were brief, yet her tone conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. The seller swallowed hard, feeling immense pressure, and tremblingly held up 2 fingers. Sir, I'll sell it to you for 20,000 gold soul coins. A complete offensive soul tool should be extremely expensive, so getting it for 20,000 gold soul coins was a steal. Chapter 21 Unleashing a Bloodbath. As the sun rose, the crowds at the black market gradually dispersed, and Bibi Dong and Qin Yuan returned to the inn. For the next few days, Bibi Dong spent her time shopping on the black market. It's clear that many of the treasures she acquired are related to spirit-type soul masters, and must be intended for Juliana. On the 4th day, soul bones appeared on the black market. This is a soul bone that is 20,000 years old, and it is also Bibi Dong's ultimate goal for this trip. This soul bone came from an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, not a living elder, but an elder who had died many years ago. Some powerful individuals are very superstitious and do not want their bodies to be disturbed after death, lest it affect their good fortune in the next life. Those who possess a soul will often seek a safe place to pass away peacefully before their death. But by sheer coincidence, this soul bone was found by a soul hunting team. Initially, the soul hunting team took it to an auction house within the Star Luo Empire for trading. Later, it was discovered by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the auction house, not daring to offend the 3 upper sects, returned the soul bone. Afterwards, the soul hunting team was hunted down by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, and ultimately, the soul bone fell into the hands of an unknown powerhouse. Compared to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, the Spirit Hall's intelligence was more accurate. The seller was worried about being coveted, and seeing that no fierce conflict had broken out in the black market a few days ago, and that no titled Douluo powerhouses had appeared nearby, he chose to take out the soul bone. Of course, the seller's own strength should not be underestimated. The price of a soul bone is by no means low, and with the seller revealing the strength of a soul Douluo, most passers-by can only sigh in despair at the sight of the bone. There aren't many Contra powerhouses on the continent, and most of them are well-known figures. But this seller in front of them seemed to have never appeared on the continent before, and no one recognized his identity. In the shadows, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the powerful members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were stirring with malice. They appeared here to compete for the soul bone. However, compared to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's resources, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's strongest member was only a low-level soul saint, which seemed rather meager. On the other hand, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possessed a peak soul saint, but no one stronger. After all, neither side was certain that the soul bone would appear on the black market beforehand, and they did not deploy many powerful individuals there. At this moment, they are stretched thin and unable to seize the soul bone. Having achieved her goal, Bibi Dong no longer concealed her identity. In other words, no one present could convey the message of her appearance. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, 9 spirit rings, undisguised. Among them, starting from her 2nd spirit ring, she absorbed spirit rings beyond the age limit, and her 9th spirit ring even reached the level of 100,000 years. In this era where limit Douluo have disappeared, a 100,000-year soul ring is definitely a legendary product. How could anyone not know the identity of a woman with such a soul ring configuration, who is also a titled Douluo and a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. They knelt down on one knee one by one, offering their greetings. Qin Yuan shook his head inwardly. At this moment, he was not worried about his safety. A few days ago, Bibi Dong had inquired about many details of his movement techniques from him. He would not die until he lost his usefulness. The powerful figures from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, in their overconfidence, exposed Bibi Dong's identity, as if they were afraid of not dying fast enough. Bibi Dong went on an incognito trip precisely because she didn't want anyone to know of her presence, but they, on the contrary, deliberately revealed it. The black market is full of all sorts of scoundrels. In a couple of days, the whole continent will know Bibi Dong's whereabouts. Bibi Dong's face was cold, and a wicked smile appeared on her lips. Very well, you can all die now. The realm of death, the realm of the god of slaughter. With the activation of the dual domains, the entire black market is enveloped within them, and no one can escape. The next instant, an invisible force flung Qin Yuan out of the domain's range. When Qin Yuan gained a firm footing, a hellish scene unfolded within the domain. Because of the barrier of the domain, no sound could be heard from the outside, but in Qin Yuan's view, countless people's bodies were melted by the domain, turning into a pool of thick water that spilled all over the ground. Bibi Dong easily acquired the 20,000-year-old soul bone. The soul Douluo expert tried to resist but was pierced through the body by the spider spear and died instantly. Of course, this also includes the experts from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qin Yuan had some contact with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but it wasn't enough for him to risk his life to rescue them. After everyone had died, Bibi Dong slammed her palm down on the ground, and the ground looked as if it had been plowed, with no corpses or pus to be seen. With things having come to this point, Bibi Dong has achieved all her goals. Bibi Dong naturally wanted to bring Qin Yuan back to the Spirit Hall, but the message brought by Ghost Douluo made her change her mind. Just as Qin Yuan said, he was indeed just doing things for money. Although he had contact with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he had refused their attempts to win him over several times. Forcing Qin Yuan to join the Spirit Hall might make him unwilling to wholeheartedly teach Juliana and the others. It would be better to let him go first and then decide what to do later. Bibi Dong regarded Juliana as her own daughter, and she desperately wanted Juliana to take over her mantle. Qin Yuan may be insignificant, but his graceful movements are something even Bibi Dong covets and is determined to get her hands on. Seeing Bibi Dong's change of attitude, Qin Yuan was slightly surprised. Your Holiness, the Pope won't let me go to Wuhan City. Bibi Dong glanced at him and sneered, you're quite sensible. I already have all the information about you. You'd better hold your ground. Go back and wait. I will send someone to find you. If you are willing to reveal the secrets of movement technique cultivation, I will give you unexpected benefits. After saying that, Bibi Dong disappeared. Qin Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. His idea was correct. As long as he demonstrated sufficient value, Bibi Dong wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Of course, what truly allowed him to escape was that he had no affiliation with any faction and his relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was merely a financial transaction. The benefits she could gain from him in the future were significant enough that Bibi Dong was naturally willing to be patient. Expanding the market related to the Spirit Hall is also Qin Yuan's goal. Regardless of Bibi Dong's attitude, this market has now been opened. Hopefully, Bibi Dong can bring him high-star missions and better system rewards. On the way, Ghost Douluo couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, are we just going to let that guy go like that? Bibi Dong coldly replied, if he is sensible and does not reveal what happened today, and is willing to work for me, I don't mind giving him some benefits. Whether or not he joins the Spirit Hall is not important. What is important is whether Qin Yuan is willing to work for the Spirit Hall. If Qin Yuan is always available and can keep secrets, then there's no reason not to make good use of him, since he's someone the Spirit Hall wouldn't be implicated if something happens to him. Moreover, Bibi Dong felt that Qin Yuan had many more secrets, and his movement technique might only be one of them. A mature martial arts technique is a treasure worthy of being passed down through generations. There's no reason not to get my hands on it. Moreover, the Spirit Hall has spies within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, so if Qin Yuan leaks information, the Spirit Hall will know immediately. Chapter 22 Du Guyan is poisoned. Several days later, Qin Yuan returned to Tiando City. The disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School returned a few days earlier to report back, and Ning Fengji also sent someone to deliver the promised reward to the Golden Knife shop. Throughout the journey, Qin Yuan analyzed Bibi Dong's personality. It is extremely dangerous to negotiate with a tiger for its skin. If one is not careful, he himself will get caught in the trap. However, no matter how dangerous Bibi Dong is, Her intentions are always out in the open, unlike Ning Fengji who hides a knife behind a smile. As long as we go along with Bibi Dong's wishes, it will naturally not be detrimental to Qin Yuan. Of course, Qin Yuan had been working his way up in the mainland for many years and had some abilities. He wasn't a brainless idiot. Bibi Dong's commission is particularly important. If it is completed well, not only will there be no danger in the future, but you will also gain more benefits within the spirit hall system. For a while afterward, Qin Yuan didn't receive any commissions, which made him quite happy, as he had plenty of time to study movement techniques and swordsmanship every day. With the sword technique rewarded by the system, Qin Yuan used it as a foundation to develop his own brand new sword technique. That afternoon, Ning Tai from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School came to the Golden Knife shop. Ning Tai hadn't appeared since handing the shop over to Qin Yuan. His reappearance today must mean he's here on behalf of Ning Fengji. Qin Yuan's previous thoughts will not change. Ning Fengji has caused great harm to people, and he will not pay any further requests from him in the short term. Of course, appearances still need to be maintained. Ning Tai cupped his hands in greeting but did not enter the shop. Mr. Qin, I am merely here on behalf of the sect leader to inquire about some routine matters. Elder Ningbao said that he informed you about the black market, and you also went to the black market. I wonder if you know what happened to the experts of my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in the black market. According to the intelligence sent back by the squad, Qin Yuan did not act with them, so the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School did not suspect that Qin Yuan had tricked and killed those powerful people. However, since Qin Yuan appeared on the black market, he should know some things. Qin Yuan thought to himself, those idiots, they were killed by Bibi Dong. He had accepted the commission, and according to his rules, he would not betray any information about his employer. I encountered them, but didn't have much interaction with them. After I left, they were still on the black market, and I don't know what happened after that. What happened to those people? Ning Tai cursed inwardly. Those Soul Saint level experts were not as reliable as Qin Yuan in handling matters, and it's unclear why the sect sent them on this mission. Now that the person has disappeared, the sect is putting pressure on him to find them. Where is he supposed to go to find them? Ning Tai forced a smile, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Thank you for informing me, Mr. Qin. Farewell. There are spies among the various factions. Qin Yun doesn't know if Ning Tai was sent by Bibi Dong to test him. In any case, he has a clear bottom line and won't speak carelessly." Without thinking further, he sat down on the recliner in front of the door. Before they could rest for even a short while, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Without turning around, Qin Yuan casually asked, "What happened?" The person who arrived was Yi Lingling. She looked flustered, her steps were unsteady, and she was panting heavily. "Teacher Qin, please go and save Sister Yanzi." Qin Yuan sat up and stretched. What's wrong? He initially thought that Du Guyan had gotten into trouble outside, since Du Guyan was a strong-willed person and it was normal for her to have arguments with others. However, things didn't turn out the way he expected. Yi Lingling said urgently, "Sister Yanzi has been poisoned. We don't know when she was poisoned, and her symptoms are very serious." Yi Lingling thought a lot along the way. After entering the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, she spent a long time with Du Guyan and lived in the same dormitory. Why was Du Guyan unharmed after being poisoned by the poison? The most important reason is that Du Guyan is a poison attribute soul master, and her resistance to poison is far stronger than Yi Lingling's. At this moment, it was Du Guyan who collapsed from poisoning, leaving Yi Lingling somewhat bewildered. She didn't know where Du Gubo was, and she had no acquaintances in Tiando City. In addition, Du Guyan's identity was special, so she dared not make a fuss and could only come to Qin Yuan. Fortunately, Qin Yuan returned after completing his mission, otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Qin Yuan didn't rush to agree, but instead asked, "What symptoms does Du Guyan have?" Although the possibility of the poison from the martial spirit erupting is high, the possibility of someone else poisoning him cannot be ruled out. Having received the methods of detoxification as a system reward, he possesses a profound understanding of toxicology. However, he has no medicinal herbs on him and needs to purchase the appropriate ones to treat his symptoms. For him, this was the closest he had ever come to Du Gubo. As long as he could save Du Guyan, he wasn't worried that Douluo wouldn't come looking for him. Yi Lingling was, after all, a healing-type soul master, and when the healing beam entered Douluo's body, she was able to sense the latter's physical condition. Having confirmed the symptoms, Qin Yuan made a plan. However, the necessary procedures still need to be followed. I can treat it, but you need to issue a formal authorization. Why not take advantage of the system's rewards? You might just get something good for free, which would be a huge win. Yi Lingling took out more than a dozen gold soul coins from her body, her eyes slightly dimmed, afraid that the other party would refuse. Teacher Qin, this is all I have. Open black lens bracket. Samsung's commission has been detected. Accept Yi Lingling's commission to cure Douluo's poison. The reward for completing the mission is an increase of 500 years in the age of your soul ring. Close black lens bracket. It's important to know that once a spirit ring is acquired, its lifespan is fixed. Many commoner soul masters absorbed a 10-year soul ring as their first soul ring. As they gained a deeper understanding of soul master cultivation, none of them were without regret. But what good is regret? Soul rings cannot be separated by soul masters. To increase the age of a soul ring, one must pass the divine test. Although 500 years is not a long period, Qin Yuan's strength will increase accordingly as the age of his soul rings increases. Qin Yuan's first soul ring has a lifespan of 400 years. Even with the amplification of 500 years, it will still be yellow, and no one will notice anything amiss in the short term. Of course, the system classifies the task as 3 stars, and there will definitely be risks during the detoxification process. From God's perspective, Douluo will appear again later, proving that she will not die today. However, if Qin Yuan were to come into contact with the deadly poison on Douluo's body during the detoxification process, it would be fatal for him. Qin Yuan took 10 gold soul coins from Yi Lingling, and the rest of the money was returned. Qin Yuan acted swiftly, immediately going to a nearby pharmacy to get the medicine. Yi Lingling's 10 gold soul coins were just enough to cover the cost of the medicine. Douluo was settled in a nearby inn by Yi Lingling. When Qin Yuan pushed open the door, the room was filled with a fishy stench. Lying on the bed, Douluo was convulsing, and emerald green venom was seeping from the panel from time to time. Qin Yuan covered his nose and said, "Lingling, go find the teachers at the academy as soon as possible and bring Douluo back. Also, have the cook boil the medicine we just got for half an hour, and be quick." Yi Lingling dared not delay, fearing that Douluo might encounter misfortune. Qin Yuan took out a pair of silver needles from his soul tool. These were retrieved from the Black Tiger Stronghold's treasury. It's clear that the silver needles are quite old and have an extraordinary origin. Chapter 23 Unruly. Even the best silver needles are useless in the hands of an ordinary person. The key is the technique of inserting the needles. Fortunately, the detoxification method provided by the system was comprehensive, and Qin Yuan quickly and accurately located the acupoints, temporarily sealing Douluo's heart meridian and preventing the toxin from spreading further. After the waiter finished brewing the medicine and fed it to Douluo, her complexion began to improve. Yi Lingling released her healing soul skill, and milky white light fell into Douluo's body, but she could still feel the presence of the toxin. Teacher Qin, it seems that Sister Yanzi has accumulated a lot of toxins in her body. This, Qin Yuan said calmly, Rome wasn't built in a day. These poisons have accumulated over time. Perhaps it's related to Douluo's incorrect cultivation method. Where are the teachers from the academy? Why haven't they arrived yet? Also, after Douluo wakes up, have her grandfather come to see me. I have a way to completely cure the toxins accumulated in Douluo's body, but I need her grandfather's cooperation. Yi Lingling nodded earnestly, taking note of Qin Yuan's instructions one by one. As for the college's teachers, Yi Lingling has already sent the message back to the college. Because of Douluo's special status, ordinary teachers dared not take responsibility and could only wait for the message to reach the 3 education commissioners. Before long, Meng Xunji, the chief of the education committee, personally came to the inn and took Douluo away. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, Meng Xunji cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "This must be Mr. Qin. I've heard so much about you." Ning Fengji frequently promoted Qin Yuan in Shui Qinghei's ear. He knew that Qin Yuan was unwilling to join the 7 treasure glazed tile school, so he thought of doing Shui Qing a favor and getting the Heaven Dou Empire to recruit Qin Yuan. Meng Shenji, being a supporter of Shui Qing, naturally heard some information from the Crown Prince's residence and secretly investigated Qin Yuan's intelligence, intending to share Shui Qinghei's burdens. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be knowledgeable in medicine. Why don't you come with me to the academy, so I can keep a close eye on Du Guyan's condition? What do you think? Qin Yuan did not refuse, as he was also waiting for Du Gubo's arrival. Du Guyan's dormitory at Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Lingling wiped the grime off Du Guyan's body, and the fishy smell finally disappeared. Qin Yuan had done everything he could. All that was left was to wait for Du Guyan to wake up. Currently, the detoxification method he uses can only provide temporary relief for Du Guyan, but it cannot completely cure the problem. Given Du Guyan's current condition, as long as she continues her soul master cultivation, the toxins in her body will accumulate and could potentially erupt at any time in the future. Yi Lingling looked exhausted, but she didn't rest. She bowed deeply to Qin Yuan and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Qin." Qin Yuan shook his head. "I'm not a teacher, so please don't call me teacher anymore. Get some rest." With the second Soul Master competition about to begin, Heaven Dou City is bustling with activity. Even at the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy, many students practice extra at night. Du Guyan will not wake up in the short term, and no further accidents are expected. So, accompanied by the college's logistics staff, Qin Yuan strolled around the college grounds. Most of the students at the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy are good-for-nothing rich kids. They're rarely even at the academy on weekdays, and at night, the dormitories are dark, making the academy's unique location seem rather desolate. Logistics teacher Zhang looked helpless. "Mr. Qin, actually, the quality of students in the academy started to decline 20 years ago. Until now, we can barely put together 2 teams. Sigh, who knows what will happen in the next competition? Maybe the academy won't even be able to put together a team." Among the new generation of students, only Du Guyan and Yi Lingling have enough talent and are willing to cultivate. It's no wonder that teacher Zhang is so melancholy, as Yu Tianong and the others haven't joined the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy yet. The academy's student body is getting worse and worse, and it will be difficult to achieve good results in the Soul Master competition. As time goes by, it is unknown what the future of the academy will be like. Of course, none of this was Qin Yuan's concern. He merely echoed teacher Yang's complaints without saying much more. A short while later, the two wandered to the Royal Fighting Team's rest area and bumped into the Royal Fighting Team members who were training. In this tournament, the captain of the Royal Fighting Team is named Lei Meng, a mid-level soul master who possesses the Thunder Blade martial soul. In terms of soul power level alone, Lei Meng, at level 46, is far stronger than Yu Tianong at level 43. It's clear that the decline of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy is proceeding at a visible pace. It's likely that the academy's decline didn't begin 20 years ago. At that time, Professor Zhang had probably just joined the faculty and was unaware of the past, so he couldn't speak recklessly. "Mr. Qin, would you be interested in showing off your skills?" Teacher Zhang asked with a smile. Qin Yuan's training of Ning Rongrong was something that almost all the teachers in the academies near Tiando City had heard about. How could an ordinary person possibly teach the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school well? Even if Qin Yuan wasn't a teacher, his abilities would probably be sufficient to be a teacher at any high-level Soul Master Academy. Beforehand, Meng Shenji had instructed him to quickly familiarize Qin Yuan with the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy in preparation for future recruitment. If he could handle this matter, there would be no shortage of opportunities for promotion. Qin Yuan cracked his neck and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll go take a look. I'll point out any problems." The team training room is private, and teachers generally do not have the key to enter. Fortunately, Teacher Zhang was in charge of the college's logistics and had the necessary keys. As the training room door was pushed open and Qin Yuan stepped inside, a lightning blade stabbed towards him. The offensive power of lightning should not be underestimated. Once it hits, injury is inevitable. Qin Yuan was highly skilled in swordsmanship. He easily found the opponent's weak point, clamped the blade with 2 fingers, and with a little force, easily flipped him to the ground. The person who had fallen to the ground was the captain of the Royal Fighting Team. He stood up, his face full of surprise. Teacher Zhang, who is this sparring partner? His strength is amazing. Is he also a sword-type martial soul holder? Teacher Zhang leaned close to Qin Yuan's ear and whispered, Mr. Qin, Lei Meng is arrogant and unruly. Be careful in your dealings with him. After saying that, he silently retreated, leaving Qin Yuan to teach these guys a lesson. The Royal Fighting Team 1 was guaranteed a spot in the finals, so even after the tournament begins, they will have plenty of time to adjust and train. However, Lei Meng is like an eagle, extremely difficult to tame. In addition, he has some skill in swordsmanship and is domineering and eccentric. Even Meng Xunji can't do anything about him, but has to rely on his strength to fight for the Heaven Do Royal Academy in the Soul Master competition. Qin Yuan put his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the Royal Fighting Team, finally settling on Lei Meng. He spoke slowly and calmly, saying, You thrust out a knife, but the force was dispersed in your wrist and elbow. Your knife was slow and dull, there's absolutely no need to comment on it. When his proud swordsmanship was belittled, Lei Meng immediately lost his temper. Upon seeing this, the other members of the Royal Fighting Team retreated hastily, fearing they might be accidentally injured. Don't think I won't beat you up just because you're a teacher. If you have the guts, fight me with your swordsmanship instead of your soul skills. Chapter 24 The teacher is here. Douluo Bo arrives. Qin Yuan shrugged and took out a training knife from his soul tool. Activating a martial soul consumes soul power, so Qin Yuan usually uses this ordinary iron sword for training. Lei Meng was on the verge of exploding with rage when he decisively picked up a training knife from the knife rack next to him. Fine, you've got guts. If you dare use your soul skill, don't blame me for having someone deal with you. After saying that, Lei Meng held the knife in both hands and chopped it down toward Qin Yuan's head without any mercy. The teammates standing nearby were all gloating. The captain is most proud of his swordsmanship. This new teacher dares to belittle the captain's swordsmanship. It won't be easy for him to get away with this. I think if the 3 education commissioners don't step in to stop it, the new teacher will be bedridden for at least half a year. Lei Mengdao was fast and fierce. Anyone else would have to avoid his sharp edge. But he messed with the wrong person today. No matter how fierce his knife was, it was only for the competition. Qin Yuan's knife, on the other hand, was for killing. It revealed an innate killing intent in its very bones. Qin Yuan lightly raised his right hand, without much skill or fancy technique, just a simple and unadorned slash, easily deflecting Lei Meng's knife, and then thrusting out a slash straight at Lei Meng's neck. Lei Meng was quite skilled in swordsmanship. After just one move, he realized that Qin Yuan was a master. He didn't panic, but dodged and retreated, his movements slightly disheveled. Qin Yuan did not rush to attack, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Lei Meng's expression became much more serious, no longer showing the previous contempt, and he dared not make any boastful remarks. Something's not right. Our captain got the short end of the stick. The members of the Royal Fighting Team 1 found it unbelievable. Qin Yuan stood there, sword in hand, and his mere presence exerted immense pressure on his opponent. He said calmly, What, still want to fight? Your sword is no good. Lei Meng, though outwardly fierce, retorted, It's none of your business to judge my knife. He decisively abandoned his training knife and switched to his martial soul, third soul skill, lightning flash. Bathed in lightning, the thunder blade was even more powerful. With each swing, accompanied by bursts of thunder, the blade sliced through the air, and even the slightest trace of residual lightning caused numbness throughout the body. Qin Yuan's eyes sharpened. Faced with such a fierce attack, he did not activate his martial spirit, but simply fiddled with the iron knife in his hand. With each slash of the blade, a feint followed by a real strike, Lei Meng felt as if he had punched cotton, losing all his temper. His opponent's swordsmanship combined feints and real attacks, making it impossible for him to understand. Sometimes, what appears to be Qin Yuan's full-force attack vanishes midway through. Other times, what seems like a casual, nonchalant strike possesses boundless power. A moment later, Qin Yuan, holding the knife in both hands, knocked the thunder blade away. The martial spirit landed on the floor to the side and vanished in an instant. The blade energy Qin Yuan unleashed hovered above Lei Meng's head, while Lei Meng himself stood calmly to the side, his arms crossed over his chest. Thump. Lei Meng knelt down. The captain conceded defeat. Who's this teacher? But, does admitting defeat require kneeling? The members of the royal fighting team were all discussing it, completely baffled. The next second, Lei Meng solemnly cupped his hands towards Qin Yuan, and then performed a kowtow, saying, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." His swordsmanship was a family heirloom, and he had mastered more than 80% of it. Yet, even so, he couldn't last more than a few rounds against Qin Yuan. Normally, he would have accused Qin Yuan of bullying the weak, but just now, Qin Yuan did not activate his martial soul and easily defeated him with just a broken iron sword. Therefore, Qin Yuan's swordsmanship must be far superior to his. It's not shameful to take such a strong person as your teacher. The captain wants to become an apprentice. The members of the royal fighting team were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. It is important to know that in mainland China, there is a tradition that one person can only have one teacher. Although many people have studied under multiple teachers, if they want to study under someone else in the future, they must obtain the approval of their first teacher. The Lei family is a ducal family in the Heaven Dou Empire. Lei Meng took the initiative to become Qin Yuan's apprentice. When Lei Meng inherits the title in the future, Qin Yuan will be the Duke's master. It's like rising to the top in one step. You're too impulsive. Go and settle down. Become an apprentice. Ha, I'm not interested. With that, Qin Yuan turned and left the training room. He had no desire to take on a disciple, much less to be associated with the Duke's mansion. Lei Meng is ultimately lacking in experience. If we can wake him up today, it will be a fitting reward for the hospitality of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. He refused. In just a few minutes, the members of the royal fighting team were more frightened than they had been in the previous year. Teacher Zhang scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly as he explained, "Mr. Qin, I apologize for not informing you beforehand. If I have offended you, I apologize." Qin Yuan waved his hand, not paying any attention. On the mainland, there are many soul masters who possess sword-type martial souls, but very few who have mastered swordsmanship and saber techniques. Qin Yuan was very pleased to see a junior who had some skill in swordsmanship. His guidance earlier was just an impromptu gesture. Meanwhile, Dugu Bo approached Yi Lingling. How could such a big thing happen to Dugu Yan without alarming Dugu Bo? The three education commissioners didn't know how to find Dugu Bo's whereabouts, but Prince Shuexing knew very well. Upon learning that Dugu Yan had been poisoned, Dugu Bo rushed over immediately. Fortunately, with Qin Yuan's help, Dugu Yan was out of danger and no longer needed his concern. Previously, upon seeing Qin Yuan absorb the sixth spirit ring despite being above his level, he had harbored the idea of getting to know him. Now that Qin Yuan had saved Dugu Yan, he had no reason not to pay him a visit. However, since Qin Yuan was sparring with Lei Meng, he went to ask Yi Lingling about the situation first. After their conversation, he looked astonished. "You mean, that teacher Qin has the ability to completely cure the toxins in Yan Yan's body?" Yi Lingling was baffled by Dugu Bo's outburst. "That's right. But teacher Qin also said that we need your help to have a chance to cure it completely." Dugu Bo took a deep breath. So, Qin Yuan recognized this as a sign of the poison in his martial soul. Logically, this was the Dugu family's biggest secret, and if an outsider knew it, Dugu Bo would have to nip the thread in the bud. But Qin Yuan not only knew how to eradicate it completely, he also saved Dugu Yan's life. Dugu Bo was not the kind of cold-blooded person. He was clear about his gratitude and resentment and would repay kindness. He would not harm Qin Yuan. "Lingling, thank you very much this time. I am inquiring about your grandfather's whereabouts and should have a reply soon." With that, he got up and left Yi Lingling's dormitory. "You should get some rest. I'm going to see Yan Yan." As evening approached, Teacher Zhang arranged a temporary hotel room for Qin Yuan. However, before resting, Qin Yuan went to Dugu Yan's dormitory to check on her condition. As soon as he entered the room, he noticed a strong, fishy stench in the air. However, Dugu Yan on the bed showed no signs of the poison recurring. In addition, the door was not closed properly when he entered, so he guessed that someone had entered the room. "Who? You're quite wary." In the darkness, Dugu Bo's figure slowly emerged, his azure phosphorus serpent emperor martial soul appearing behind him, his scarlet serpent eyes adding a touch of malevolence to the darkness. Chapter 25 5-Star Commission. Upon seeing Douluo, Qin Yuan was overjoyed and quickly bowed, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty, poison Douluo." He asked Yi Lingling to tell the other party that he could cure the poison of the martial soul in order to lure Douluo out. I just didn't expect Douluo to arrive so quickly. It was worth his trip to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Douluo had no intention of harming him. He quickly withdrew his martial spirit, stepped forward, and said with a pair of old eyes that were still bright and piercing, "Let's not beat around the bush. You should know the cause of Yan Yan's poisoning. To be honest, this is a secret passed down through generations of the Douluo family. Now that you, an outsider, know it, I originally intended to get rid of you as soon as possible. Considering that you saved Yan Yan, I will not hold it against you. But if you try anything funny, don't blame me for being ruthless." Qin Yuan did not perceive this as a threat. Douluo has always been concerned about his reputation, so he probably couldn't bring himself to ask for help and deliberately used harsh words. Qin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting and said, "The toxin comes from the martial soul. No matter how Douluo tries to prevent it, she can't avoid it. There will eventually be a major outbreak. Unless she never cultivates again or engages in soul power battles, this is a vicious cycle." Douluo nodded, acknowledging his understanding of the poison of martial spirits. Changing the subject, Qin Yuan turned his attention to Douluo. However, compared to Douluo, His Majesty Douluo is the one who needs treatment more. If this goes on for too long, you may not be able to smell the stench on your body anymore. This smell is so strong that you can smell it even from 100 meters away. You are terminally ill. Logically speaking, given your condition, you should not have lived this long, let alone broken through to the title Douluo level. Therefore, you must have found some way to temporarily suppress your illness. Douluo became interested. When his secret was exposed, he was not angry at all. On the contrary, he appreciated Qin Yuan even more. He himself is a doctor, and he knows very well that a doctor who can cure a certain lesion must be very knowledgeable about that disease. "Oh, it seems you want to negotiate with me. Speak, as long as the price is right, I won't be stingy. Of course, if you try to play me, I'll make you wish you were dead." Qin Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and immediately stated his requirements. "First, I can treat your illness, but you need to formally commission me. Second, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. If you have any high-grade medicinal herbs in your collection, I hope you can bring them out. This will greatly help in curing your illness." Douluo pondered for a moment. Qin Yuan's first request was a bit strange, but for Douluo, who was desperate for medical treatment, it was just another procedure and wouldn't take long. The second request, on the contrary, made him feel much more at ease. He knows his own body best. Without high-grade medicinal herbs, other herbs are completely ineffective against the toxins in his body. If Qin Yuan said that ordinary herbs could cure him, he would become suspicious. "Very well, I hereby formally commission you to treat my illness. As for the payment, once the matter is settled, I will give you all the surplus medicinal herbs, and also send you the next batch of mature high-grade medicinal herbs." Open black lens bracket A 5-star mission detected. Accept Douluo's request to cure his martial soul poison. Mission complete. Reward: 1 chance for martial soul evolution. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Caution: the poison within Douluo's body is extremely potent and highly dangerous. There is a significant risk of loss of control during the detoxification process, endangering his own safety. Close black lens bracket. With a little care, you can avoid personal danger during missions with Samsung. 4-star. Missions, besides being time-consuming, pose a significant threat to personal safety. If it weren't for his quick wit and words that resonated with Bibi Dong, he might have been kidnapped and taken to the spirit hall, or even killed. He was right. 5-star missions did exist, but the price was extreme danger to one's life. To be on the safe side, he decided to refer to the detoxification method proposed by Tang San in the original timeline, and combine it with his own method, taking a two-pronged approach. Avoid unnecessary risks as much as possible. Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time a 5-star mission had appeared, and Qin Yuan couldn't help but lose his composure at the sight of the generous rewards. Coming to his senses, he explained, "I apologize, I didn't expect Your Majesty to be so generous. However, aren't high-grade medicinal herbs only found in the Soul Beast Forest? Could it be that your majesty has mastered some kind of cultivation method? Douluo laughed loudly. It's fine to tell you, I'll take you to see it later. I have a medicinal garden in Sunset Forest. The environment there is special, with abundant spiritual energy, which is necessary to cultivate high-grade medicinal herbs. Douluo said a lot of things, but he didn't get to the point. After all, the detoxification process hadn't even begun, so he couldn't completely trust Qin Yuan. The two did not leave immediately, but waited in the dormitory until Douluo woke up. As dawn broke, Douluo slowly got up, only to feel a sudden headache. Yan, you're awake? Douluo asked with concern. Before falling into a coma, Douluo knew she had been poisoned, but she couldn't figure out when she had come into contact with the toxin. So she immediately asked about Yi Lingling's condition, thinking that Yi Lingling had also encountered trouble. Yan, your situation is a bit special. Grandpa can't tell you now, but you'll find out in a few days. Also, you have to thank Qin Yuan. If it weren't for his timely intervention, you probably wouldn't be alive by the time Grandpa arrived. Douluo noticed Qin Yuan standing to the side and wanted to get up to thank him, but was stopped. Miss Douluo, there's no need for that. Yi Lingling paid me a commission fee, so I accepted the commission and will naturally do my best. Of course, my rule is that there will be no extra fees during the process, and I will never arbitrarily raise the price. Qin Yuan mentioned the commission more than once, which puzzled Douluo, but he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just one of Qin Yuan's little quirks. Open black lens bracket. Complete the Samsung quest to increase the age of your soul ring by 500 years, close black lens bracket. A surge of pure soul power flowed into Qin Yuan's body, making him feel unprecedentedly comfortable. Although the spirit rings were not revealed, he could clearly feel that their age had increased. After giving his instructions, Douluo left with Qin Yuan. The two were heading to the yin-yang well of ice and fire, and it wasn't Qin Yuan who brought it up, but rather Douluo who invited him there. Shortly after the two left, the sun rose above the horizon, and a new day had just begun. Early in the morning, as soon as the three education commissioners arrived at the education commission, Lei Meng rushed forward to inquire about the situation. He didn't want to miss out on his teacher, Qin Yuan, and even felt that this was an opportunity for him to soar to great heights in the future. Upon hearing his explanation, Meng Shenji's lips twitched slightly. He knew Lei Meng all too well. For Qin Yuan to beg to become his disciple, Qin Yuan must have something extraordinary about him. No wonder he was able to win over Ning Rongrong, Meng Shenji thought to himself. Compared to Ning Rongrong's personality, Lei Meng is nothing. Alright, I'll go ask around for you. Whether it works out or not depends on your luck, kid. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Qin Yuan had already arrived at the ice and fire yin-yang well, and he did not appear for a long time afterward. However, after being disciplined, Lei Meng became much more restrained and began to actively communicate with the teachers to discuss tactics together. Chapter 26. The richest man in Douluo continent. The ice and fire yin-yang eye is located in a large mountain. The outer perimeter is protected by poisonous miasma set up by Douluo. Any soul master below the soul saint level who gets even the slightest bit of it will turn into pus in no time. Years ago, Qin Yuan passed through this area while helping his employer hunt for spirit rings. At the time, he did not know Douluo, and with the poisonous miasma hindering him, he did not have the courage to venture deep into the area to investigate. Now that Douluo is leading the way, he can finally enter openly and legitimately. Having traversed the Douluo continent, his initial dream has finally come true. Moreover, with the help of the immortal herb, his talent will be greatly enhanced, and with the system's assistance, he will be fully qualified to pursue higher realms in the future. Passing through the thick, poisonous miasma, a very narrow passage came into view. Douluo warned in a deep voice, "Do not touch any of the stones in the passage, there are traps inside." As for whether there were any hidden mechanisms, Qin Yuan didn't know. Douluo's words could be a deliberate smokescreen. This also suggests that Douluo doesn't fully trust him. Before long, the two entered the interior of the mountain. Before you is a spring composed of deep red and light blue water. Around the spring, various plants of different appearances were scattered around. With the system's reward, Qin Yuan recognized the types of those immortal herbs and their effects at a glance. Further out, there are neatly cultivated medicinal herb fields, personally reclaimed and planted by Douluo. Standing on the hillside, Douluo pointed down and introduced, "Those medicinal fields are all high-grade medicinal herbs that I have planted. Some of them are already mature, and some are not yet mature, but I have some in stock. Go down and take a look. If they help with the detoxification, just pick them. As for the plants near the spring, I don't recognize them, but they are quite extraordinary. Don't go near them easily. Many of them contain potent poisons. If you get poisoned, even I can't save you. And that spring water does indeed accelerate cultivation, but remember not to get close, and even more so, not to go deep into it." Qin Yuan was far more familiar with the yin-yang eye of ice and fire than Douluo was. He said meaningfully, "With such a large quantity of rare medicinal herbs, it seems that Senior Douluo is the richest person on the continent." Douluo gave a dry laugh and didn't reply. High-grade medicinal herbs are certainly valuable, but not as exaggerated as Qin Yuan described. Moreover, scarcity drives up prices. If he were to release such a large quantity of high-grade medicinal herbs onto the market all at once, the price would immediately plummet. However, due to his limited knowledge, Douluo did not realize the true intention behind these words. Upon reaching the bottom, Qin Yuan did not rush to touch the immortal herbs. Instead, he prepared a prescription for Douluo based on the medicinal materials needed for detoxification. During this time, Douluo also inquired about the specific method of detoxification. Qin Yuan responded, "Detoxification is actually not difficult. With the help of medicinal herbs, the toxins can be forced into the soul bone. This is the simplest way. Soul bones are natural containers that can hold soul power as well as large amounts of toxins. But this method is the most irresponsible one." Douluo's eyes lit up at the first part of Qin Yuan's words. He never imagined that the soul bone could contain toxins. After his deduction, it seemed to be feasible. But the second half of the sentence made him frown, and he subconsciously asked, "What do you mean by that?" Qin Yuan put down the medicinal herbs in his hand and sighed softly. "The toxins accumulated in the soul bone can temporarily resolve the threat of the toxins. However, every container has its limit. From now on, if you have no intention of cultivating at all, you can transfer the toxins to the soul bone. As long as you do not exceed the soul bone's capacity limit, this method will not have any impact. Are you content to remain a level 91 title Douluo for the rest of your life?" Douluo was naturally unwilling to accept this. He could feel that a lot of soul power had accumulated in his body. If it weren't for the toxins, he would have long since shaken off the stigma of being the weakest title Douluo and reached a higher realm. "Go on, don't make fun of me." Douluo frowned slightly. Qin Yuan continued, "This method will be of great help to you in the short term. The medicinal herbs I am preparing now will allow you to integrate the toxins into your soul bone." "Didn't you say that this method has drawbacks?" Douluo's face darkened. If Qin Yuan didn't have a better method, he would have no choice but to accept this one. Qin Yuan sighed softly and said irritably, "Can you let me finish what I have to say? Toxins are the source of your strength, so you must not give them up no matter what. As far as I know, soul masters with snake-type martial souls can condense an inner core similar to a snake after breaking through to a certain level, right?" Douluo did not deny this. To find an antidote, he could not hide anything, otherwise, if he made a mistake, the consequences would be unbearable. Qin Yuan smiled suddenly. "Senior Douluo, haven't you ever thought about condensing a poison pill specifically to control the toxins in your body? Now that you have experience in condensing inner cores, condensing another one shouldn't be difficult. However, the location of the inner core should not be in the lower dantian, but in the upper dantian, which is in the chest cavity. The inner core is similar to the soul core that will become popular 10,000 years later. Douluo is just an ordinary title Douluo, and condensing one inner core is already his limit. To condense another inner core, he would probably need to reach level 99. But right now, there is no better antidote than the poison pill. Even if Douluo had 6 soul bones plus 1 external soul bone, the capacity of these soul bones would not be enough to support Douluo in breaking through to level 99. Senior Douluo, with your strength, condensing 2 inner cores is extremely risky. If you don't force the poison into your soul bone beforehand and then slowly release it from it, directly condensing the poison core will probably cost you your life. Of course, if you are willing to give up the first inner core, you can condense it directly. The inner core contained half of Douluo's cultivation. How could he possibly give it up so easily? Faced with Qin Yuan's detoxification strategy, he deduced it in his mind and said, in other words, even if I fail to condense a second inner core, I can still save my life by using the soul bone to store the toxins. Qin Yuan added, no, once you begin to condense your second inner core, there is only one path, success. Failure will certainly mean death. Therefore, Senior Douluo must consider this carefully and make thorough preparations. Douluo remained silent for a long time, no longer speaking, quietly watching Qin Yuan grind the medicinal herbs. A short while later, he asked, Yan Yan has no soul bone, how can we cure the poison? Inner cores are similar to soul cores, but their essence is different. Douluo Yan didn't have much toxin accumulated in her body, so condensing a small poison pill posed no danger. Furthermore, the toxins she cultivates in the future will directly enter the poison pill, and she will no longer be troubled by toxins. Upon learning that Douluo Yan's method of detoxification was simpler, Douluo no longer had any concerns. Brother Qin Yuan, you have cured me of the poison. In addition to the reward I promised earlier, I will grant you 3 additional conditions. And from now on you will be my own brother. Chapter 27 Absorbing the Immortal Herb. The medicinal materials needed to infuse the toxins into the soul bone are not complicated. Of course, when toxins flow through the body, they inevitably enter the heart meridian. If not careful, Douluo would die from the poison. This requires Qin Yuan's additional assistance. He took out the silver needles from his soul tool, preparing to use his acupuncture technique to temporarily seal Douluo's heart meridian. Upon seeing the silver needles, Douluo was filled with surprise and astonishment. This is the set of silver needles used by the legendary physician Fang Yan back then. It is said that after Fang Yan died, his descendants could not find any trace of this set of silver needles among his belongings. Where did you get it from? According to Douluo, Fang Yan died a century ago. Fang Yan's soul master cultivation wasn't particularly strong, but he had an extremely high reputation in the mainland's medical community, so it's no wonder that Douluo knew about him. When Qin Yuan first obtained this set of silver needles, he guessed that it had an extraordinary origin, but he never expected it to have such a past. These are spoils I robbed from a mountain stronghold. I never imagined there was so much to them. I'm not skilled in medicine, but if Senior Douluo wants them, I'll give them to you after I've used them. Douluo didn't want to miss out on such a treasure, but he wouldn't take it for free. I do indeed covet this item. Here's what we'll do. If you need anything, just tell me. Even if it's a soul bone, I can get it for you. Qin Yuan shook his head, turned around and pointed to the immortal herbs beside the spring. Since Senior Douluo doesn't recognize those herbs, why not give them all to me? I'm very interested in them and will take them to study. Douluo readily agreed, but did not forget to remind him of the dangers of those plants. With preparations complete, Douluo took the medicinal soup and went into seclusion in a nearby wooden house. At this moment, Qin Yuan was the only person in the entire ice and fire yin-yang eye. With Douluo's approval, he finally had time to take care of those immortal herbs. His first instinct was to walk up to a large, pinkish-purple flower. This large flower is enveloped in a pale purple halo. Stepping inside, the refreshing fragrance fills the nostrils, making one feel relaxed and happy. This is the fragrant silk immortal herb, which, being within the domain of immortal herbs, can isolate itself from all external toxins. He didn't know if Douluo would leak toxins during his cultivation, but as long as he hid in the halo of light, he could avoid most of the threats. Only after accepting this magical herb did he have the mind to pay attention to the situation of other magical herbs. His martial soul is a blade, but its quality is not high. The most suitable immortal herbs for him are those that can improve the quality of his martial soul. However, whether a magical herb can evolve into a martial soul is a matter of chance, it's not 100% guaranteed. Moreover, after curing Douluo's poison, the system rewarded him with an opportunity to evolve his martial soul. Qin Yuan decided to first consume the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum to enhance his physical attributes. If the martial soul evolution provided by the system wasn't the most suitable direction for him, he could always absorb another immortal herb later. If we evolve our martial spirit now, what if it goes against the system's evolution direction? Wouldn't that be a waste of a reward opportunity? As for the fiery apricot blossom and the 8-cornered ice grass on either side of the spring, Qin Yuan had no interest in them. First of all, his martial soul already contains fire attribute energy. If he absorbs the 8-cornered ice grass, the fire attribute in his martial soul will be neutralized, resulting in a significant loss of combat power. Liehuo Xingjiaoshu, taken alone, is a highly poisonous substance. What's the difference between absorbing it directly and committing suicide? As for the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, it is Qin Yuan's alternative. If the system's evolution direction is related to fire, he will consume the coxcomb phoenix sunflower as soon as the medicinal power of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is exhausted, thus evolving the flame ability in his martial soul. Heavenly Do Royal Academy. When the Lei family learned of Qin Yuan's mastery of swordsmanship, they clamored for Lei Meng to become his apprentice. But Qin Yuan had already left with Dugu Bo, and Meng Shenji couldn't find him at all. Qin Yuan hadn't even returned to the golden knife shop. In the Lei family's view, this was Meng Shenji deliberately arguing in order to gain benefits and thus affect Lei Meng's apprenticeship. Although the Lei family doesn't have a stable lineage for their martial souls, they are all lightning attribute soul masters. A soul master's temperament is greatly influenced by their martial soul. Fire and lightning are both powerful combat attributes, and those who possess these attributes are invariably hot-tempered. After today's grand assembly ended, Lei Zhen rushed to the education committee and pointed at Meng Shenji's nose, cursing, "You old bastard, are you trying to ruin my son's future?" Lei Zhen is also a soul Douluo powerhouse. Unlike Meng Shenji, he is a hereditary duke with a very high voice in the Heaven Do Empire's court. He also holds a large amount of military power, and his status is second only to the Empire's pillar, Marshal Zhe Long. Meng Shenji sighed repeatedly, "Your Grace, it's no use taking your anger out on me. Mr. Qin left the academy with poison Douluo early yesterday morning. He didn't return to his residence, so how would I know where he went? Besides, becoming an apprentice is a matter of mutual consent. When the time is right, I think Mr. Qin will not refuse." Lei Zhen put his hands on his hips, his face twitching. "Hey, you old codger, isn't Munger your student? The Soul Master competition starts in a few days, don't you want the academy to achieve better results? And what do you mean by mutual consent? You old codger, you're just being lazy. You're supposed to be the #1 person in the Empire's education sector, what's wrong, can't you offer a reasonable price?" Meng Shenji's face was full of bitterness. If everything could be solved with money, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would have recruited Qin Yuan long ago. The problem now is that even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can't win Qin Yuan over, and Dugu Bo owes him a favor. Qin Yuan is no longer the team leader who can be manipulated at will, he is someone that all sides are vying to win over. The Lei family is so powerful, why don't they personally intervene? It's because they're mindful of the influence of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Dugu Bo. Meng Shenji had already foreseen that Qin Yuan would definitely be a sought-after figure in the future. It was likely that not only the forces of the Heaven Do Empire would be interested in him, but once his reputation spread, even the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire would compete to win him over. Your Grace, I have a piece of advice for you, don't rely entirely on the academy for everything. If you want to find a master, the sooner the better. If you don't contribute, you'll regret it later. The storms and disturbances outside ultimately had nothing to do with Qin Yuan. At this moment, having completed the absorption of the immortal herb, his soul power level soared by 5 levels, reaching level 67. He continued to sit cross-legged beside the fiery red spring, using the pressure of the water to rapidly increase his strength. In fact, having received help from Whale Glue, his physical attributes were already stronger than those of other battle spirit masters of the same level. Now, with the help of immortal herbs, even if he doesn't use his martial spirit in the future, his combat power will still be formidable. During his cultivation, poisonous gas frequently wafted into the wooden hut where Dugu Bo was in seclusion. Fortunately, Qin Yuan was protected from the toxins by the aura of the fragrant silk immortal herb. According to the system's definition, 5-star missions should be extremely difficult. Indeed, this was the case. Douluo was a title Douluo, and a mere wisp of poison could kill Qin Yuan, a sole emperor. However, he used a skipping class tactic, relying on the help of immortal herbs to avoid danger. The fact that the system does not prohibit doing so proves that speculation is also a form of strength. Chapter 28 Qin Yuan's Fame. Several days passed in a row. Countless people from the outside world joined the search for Qin Yuan, while Qin Yuan himself hid in the ice and fire yin-yang well, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy there, and his cultivation speed was improving day by day. As expected of a divine herb, my absorption speed of soul power is several times faster than before, reaching the cultivation speed that a genius with innate level 9 or above soul power should have. If he possessed innate level 9 or higher soul power and the ability to absorb soul rings beyond his level, at his current age, even without the help of immortal herbs, his strength would probably be no less than that of a soul Douluo. However, he doesn't need to be an enemy of Tang San from the original timeline. Tang San is only 9 years old now. Even if he becomes a god at the age of 25, he still has 16 years to go. With the system, Qin Yuan might become a god within the next 16 years. Furthermore, he is not affiliated with any power and has no stance to speak of. Even if Tang San becomes a god in the future, so what? A strong person should not be elated by external gains or saddened by personal losses. Gathering his thoughts, he looked up slightly and saw Douluo looking him up and down. You took all those medicinal herbs. Douluo was filled with confusion as he looked at the empty scene near the ice and fire yin-yang well and Qin Yuan hiding in the purple halo. It seems that Qin Yuan knows the effects of those medicinal herbs. After all, those things contain highly poisonous substances, and the fact that they can harvest them safely is enough to prove their ability. You weren't poisoned, were you? Qin Yuan was speechless for a moment, then waved his hand. Senior is overthinking it. How could I possibly go and die? By the way, Senior, did you successfully force the poison into your soul bone? Douluo affirmed, that's right. I can also sense that. The soul bone's capacity is limited, and during the guidance, many toxins spontaneously dissipated. I need some time to cultivate again. As he spoke, he stretched and felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Thanks to you, my soul power level has reached level 92, and it won't be long before I break through to level 93. This soul power was originally cultivated by Douluo. In the past, the inability to break through was due to the need to summon a large amount of soul power to suppress the toxins. Now that the problem of the toxins has been alleviated, there is no need to suppress soul power anymore. By the way, you haven't explained the situation clearly yet. Do you recognize those herbs? Qin Yuan suddenly laughed and said, haha, that's true. I was a little unsure at first, but then. He offered an explanation of the effects of the herb. Douluo was stunned. So, Qin Yuan's claim that he was the richest man in Douluo continent wasn't a joke, but a fact. Unaware of possessing so many treasures, Douluo laughed at his own foolishness. Of course, he had already promised to give the immortal herb to Qin Yuan, and he wouldn't go back on his word now. Since you can recognize the types of those immortal herbs, then they are yours to keep. However, I must remind you not to take them out in front of others in the future. I have never heard of immortal herbs, and I imagine not many people know about them, but I cannot rule out the possibility that some people do. You should understand the principle that, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Qin Yuan nodded seriously, and then took out 3 immortal herbs from his soul tool. He wasn't Tang San, he had no intention of monopolizing the immortal herbs. Senior, these 2 herbs are very suitable for the Jade Phosphorus Serpent Martial Soul. You can choose one to absorb, and leave the other for Du Guyan. The other one is more suitable for Yi Lingling, let her take it and absorb it. You should be able to feel that in just a few days, my soul power has become much stronger than before. Douluo's perception was exceptional, so he naturally noticed it. But this was Qin Yuan's cultivation secret, and since the other party didn't bring it up, he couldn't ask. You mean, absorbing the immortal herb can not only improve a soul master's talent, but also increase their soul power level? Upon receiving a positive reply, Douluo pounded his chest in frustration. Alas, what a pity. If I had met you a decade or 2 earlier, Exener wouldn't have. Unfortunately, There are no what ifs. Qin Yuan also wanted to get in touch with him back then, but he just didn't have the opportunity. Furthermore, even if Qin Yuan approached Douluo at the time, would the latter believe his one-sided account? If the time isn't right, nothing you say will make a difference. Brother, after I absorb the immortal herb, will it increase my chances of successfully condensing the poison pill? Qin Yuan didn't hide this opportunity, he took it out on his own initiative, clearly showing he had no ulterior motives. Douluo is an upright man, if someone treats him with sincerity, he will reciprocate. Addressing him as a brother is the greatest sincerity he can offer at this moment. Senior, the immortal herb can greatly improve your health, so I think it's a good idea. Qin Yuan nodded. Douluo waved his hand. Don't call me senior anymore. I acknowledge you as my brother, and we will address each other as brothers from now on. Don't refuse. You have helped the Douluo family too much, and I have no way to repay you. Without giving Qin Yuan a chance to refuse, Douluo returned to the wooden house to continue his seclusion. What a passionate person. Qin Yuan sighed. When facing Douluo, Qin Yuan didn't need to scheme and plot as he did when facing Ningfengji, nor did he need to be as cautious as he was when facing Bibi Dong. Being with like-minded people makes me feel comfortable and incredibly relaxed. After a short rest, Qin Yuan continued his cultivation using the ice and fire yin-yang eye. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Initially, only the 7 treasure glazed tile school paid close attention to Qin Yuan. However, with the addition of the Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Duke's Mansion, Qin Yuan's name quickly became known to all major forces. Elephant Armor Clan. A Soul Emperor from the Sword-type Spirit Hall. Hu Yanjun stared at the intelligence report in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. The Elephant Armor sect is full of roughnecks. For them, only those with strong fists have a voice. Qin Yuan's abilities, after being touted by the 3 forces, have made him a model of a renowned teacher in the eyes of many. But for the Elephant Armor sect, what are all those so-called famous teachers? Without real strength, they're all useless. Hu Yanjun didn't care at all and casually tossed the documents aside. As for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they were happy to see this situation. Ningfengji deliberately exposed Qin Yuan to Shui Qing in order to muddy the waters. There are always some forces that are driven by the idea of destroying what they cannot obtain. If the 7 treasure glazed tile school steps in to save people, why would they worry that Qin Yuan would not join the 7 treasure glazed tile school? In contrast, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family had a different idea. Yu Luomian was in charge of the family's intelligence and expansion work, and had heard about the newly rising Qin Yuan. I remember this kid owns a small shop, doesn't he? Also, he has close ties with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. What are the Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Duke's Mansion doing here? A disciple from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan responded, Vice Sect Master, it is said that Qin Yuan has a close relationship with Douluo. When he went to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy before, he conquered the Duke's son with his superb swordsmanship. Duke Lei Zhen searched the world for a renowned teacher for his son, and Qin Yuan just happened to meet his criteria. As you know, Lei Zhen is always impatient. It's not surprising that Lei Zhen searched for Qin Yuan all over the world when he didn't show up for a long time, causing quite a stir. Chapter 29 Jade Crown's Mischief. A mere soul king, yet so many forces value him so highly, and he even managed to climb the social ladder by associating with Douluo. This kid must have some ability, Yu Luomian said in a deep voice. A disciple from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan added, Vice Sect Master, it's said that Qin Yuan has already broken through to the Soul Emperor realm. According to information from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they contacted Qin Yuan more than 2 years ago, when he had just broken through to the Soul King realm. For a 30-year-old Soul King to break through to Soul Emperor in just over 2 years is absolutely unprecedented. In my opinion, Qin Yuan must have obtained some special opportunity that greatly increased his breakthrough speed. The 7 treasure glazed tile school's attention to him is probably because they value his potential to break through to title Douluo in the future. Yu Luomian nodded seriously and analyzed, Swordbone Douluo is quite old and is an old man left over from the previous era of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ningfengji really went to great lengths to cultivate a team for Ningrongrong. I'm afraid that Ningfengji had Ningrongrong keep in touch with Qin Yuan for a long time in order to win him over. A disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan suggested, Vice Sect Master, if he truly has a chance to break through to the title Douluo level, shouldn't the sect recruit him ahead of time? With this shift in power, our sect may have a chance to seize the top spot among the 3 sects in the future. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex has always been xenophobic, which makes Uluomian's mindset somewhat conflicted. If what they suspect is true, and they recruit Qin Yuan into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, shouldn't they cultivate him as a core disciple? However, each of the core disciples within the family belongs to a faction. Despite appearing to be a sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is actually a large family comprised of villages. Although everyone in the village shares the same surname, their blood ties have long since faded, and their gathering together is purely for profit. If Qin Yuan, an outsider, is made a core disciple, which faction will he belong to in the future? It's alright if she belongs to Yu Luomian's faction, but if she joins Yu Yuanzhen's faction and has the help of a famous teacher like Qin Yuan, how will Yu Tianxin compete with Yu Tianeng for the position of young sect leader in the future? If Qin Yuan is only trained in the outer sect, his relationship with the sect will not be close after he breaks through to the title Douluo level, and he may leave at any time. In the end, he had done all the work for someone else. How could he, Yu Luomian, possibly face the consequences? Vice Sect Master, do you mean we shouldn't recruit him? The disciple asked anxiously. Yu Luomian's lips curled into a wicked smile as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. According to the information, Qin Yuan also owns a small shop and recently recruited a team to join him in commissioned business. Go and distribute commissions to them. We not only need to recruit Qin Yuan, but also make him wholeheartedly serve our lineage. Only in this way can we achieve our interests. The disciple couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Vice Sect Master, that move was truly brilliant. I know what to do now. Golden Knife Shop. Following Qin Yuan's instructions, Chenzi secretly recruited some soul hunting teams who were forced by circumstances to make a living. At first, no one responded to their call. After all, Qin Yuan wasn't very famous back then, and nobody believed him. As various factions staged a fierce competition to win Qin Yuan over, he suddenly became a hot commodity. Many soul-hunting teams eagerly signed up, hoping to find a way out for themselves after Qin Yuan joined a major faction. Of course, most of the soul hunter squads don't have a good reputation. It's not that there aren't any good people in the entire soul hunter squad. Just like Qin Yuan's previous Golden Knife squad, he and Chenzi were able to uphold the bottom line, but the others couldn't. Otherwise, the scene of purging the team wouldn't have happened. Therefore, Chenzi carefully selected and recruited 10 members from the Soul Hunter squad to form a team. The team had only been established for 2 days and had just gone through a period of adjustment and training when they received a mission. The visitor was none other than a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. However, he did not use the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's name, but came in his private capacity to make a request. You want us to escort our employer into Thunder Canyon to hunt souls? Chen Zi's lips twitched slightly. Thunder Canyon is the private territory of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. The spirit beasts living there are kept by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, and outsiders are prohibited from entering to hunt spirits. The person in front of us didn't reveal his identity, yet he asked us to lead people into Thunder Canyon. Wasn't this deliberately setting a trap? The man smiled and explained, actually, Thunder Canyon has 2 entrances. One is naturally inside the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. The other is in a hidden corner outside. Because of the harsh natural environment of Thunder Canyon, few people are stationed there, and people can come and go as they please. Moreover, we only need a second spirit ring, which is not very old, and we can successfully hunt it in the outer area. Thunder Canyon is surrounded by lightning year-round, so even if there's a battle going on, it's hard to detect. We can leave immediately after hunting down the spirit rings. What's the risk? If your team is willing to accept the commission, I am willing to pay a deposit of 1,000 gold soul coins, and after the matter is completed, I will pay an additional 2,000 gold soul coins as a reward. 3,000 gold soul coins in one go. Although it's a bit risky, it's rare to find such an easy and valuable commission. Don't forget, the Soul Master competition has already started, and everyone's attention is on the competition stage. Few people are paying attention to this little thing. According to Qin Yuan's instructions, Chen Zi needed to recruit the Soul Hunter team and find corresponding orders for them. They essentially acted as middlemen, using the reputation of the Golden Knife Shop and Qin Yuan as their brand. Furthermore, they would take a 10% cut from each order as affiliation fees, brokerage fees, and miscellaneous expenses for each team. By accepting the commission, Chen Zi would earn 300 gold soul coins for free, but the risks involved. He didn't rush to make a decision, but instead discussed it with the rest of the team. The team that actively sought affiliation had not been in business for a long time and was in dire need of income. In the end, Chen Zi agreed, and 6 members of the team went out to accept commissions. The remaining 4 members, although they had no tasks, would still receive a small amount of tea money. It wouldn't take long for Douluo to absorb the immortal herb, he had already finished absorbing it. After struggling for 2 days, he finally made up his mind to begin condensing the poison pill. As the only titled Douluo in the Douluo family, he was undoubtedly a pioneer of the family. Qin Yuan has already presented an opportunity to his family. If he does not take the initiative to set a precedent for his family, the family line may truly be cut off. Condensing the poison pill took a long time, and the poisonous mist and residual soul power emanating from the wooden house from time to time posed a threat to Qin Yuan. However, Qin Yuan cannot leave yet. Firstly, he needs to use the pressure of the spring water to quickly improve his strength. Secondly, if Douluo encounters problems during the process of condensing the poison pill, he can provide timely reminders. Chapter 30 Martial Soul Evolution. The system's mission rewards were so tempting that Qin Yuan couldn't afford to miss them. Of course, he now senses the danger of the mission. He could skip classes to avoid Douluo's poisonous fog attacks. But he could only withstand Douluo's soul power attacks head-on. Several times he was injured internally by the shockwaves, and if it weren't for the abundance of high-grade medicinal herbs available for healing, he might have developed a chronic illness. About a month later, Douluo finally ended his seclusion. Whenever he recalls the perilous moments he encountered during his seclusion, Douluo can't help but feel fortunate. It seemed that even God was on his side. Several times he was just one step away from death, but was pulled back by some inexplicable force. With the help of the poison pill and the immortal herbs, Douluo's soul power level jumped to level 94 in one go. Not only did he shed the title of the weakest title Douluo, but he can even be considered a core force among title Douluos. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, Douluo's joy was palpable. Despite being a titled Douluo, he disregarded his status and bowed respectfully to Qin Yuan, saying, "Brother Qin, I will never forget your great kindness. From now on, you will be a noble person of the Douluo family for generations to come, enjoying the family's incense offerings." Douluo is no joke. As a titled Douluo powerhouse, he has a very long lifespan. In addition, once Douluo absorbs the immortal herbs and condenses the poison pill, he will be able to cultivate normally to the titled Douluo level in the future. At that time, it will not be a problem for the Douluo family to expand and multiply. To enjoy the patronage of an outside family for generations is an honor that even emperors have never received. Qin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting and said irritably, "Brother, if you consider me your brother, then don't say things like that. Our relationship is entirely based on mutual support, not on so-called personal relationships. My innate soul power is only level 5. Without immortal herbs, I would at most stop at the Soul Saint stage in my life, and I might not even be able to break through to the Soul Saint stage. But now, my soul power level is only one step away from breaking through to level 69, and there are no obstacles to breaking through to level 70. Don't you think this is mutually beneficial?" Douluo looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. He didn't explain much in words, but silently kept this kindness in his heart. He put his arm around Qin Yuan's shoulder and generously said, "Brother, I'll share half of the herbs produced in this ice and fire yin-yang well with you from now on. Don't refuse. From now on, we're brothers, and we should share both good times and bad. Come on, come on. I've kept you waiting for so long. It's my fault as the elder brother. Let's go to Tiando City. I'll treat you to a feast. We won't leave until we're drunk tonight." Before the two could take a few steps, Qin Yuan's aura began to expand. Open black lens bracket. Complete a 5-star mission to receive 1 chance to evolve your martial soul. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Name, Qin Yuan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul. Long-handled battle blade right-pointing arrow flaming battle blade close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation level. 68 close black lens bracket. Qin Yuan was enveloped in flames, exuding a terrifying aura. Douluo was speechless. After the flames subsided, the appearance of the battle sword spirit in Qin Yuan's hand underwent a huge change. After activating his martial spirit, the battle blade was enveloped in flames, its power greatly increased compared to before. If it was just an ordinary martial soul before, it can now be considered a top-tier martial soul. However, it still lags far behind super martial souls. Your martial spirit has evolved. It seems you have quite a bit of good fortune. Douluo was genuinely happy for him. Qin Yuan sighed softly, a smile on his face. It seems I made the right choice in absorbing the immortal herb. With the help of the spring water, my martial spirit has finally completed its evolution. The two moved extremely quickly and soon arrived at Tiando City. Douluo made no attempt to hide from people, swaggering around the street and openly addressing Qin Yuan as his brother. With his keen senses, how could he not detect the spies of the major powers in the vicinity? The purpose of doing this is to clearly tell the world that Qin Yuan is his brother and that he is protecting him. Anyone who tries to harm Qin Yuan will have to see if he'll allow it. Qin Yuan was unaware that he had been targeted by various powerful forces. That evening, while dining with Douluo at a restaurant, a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, disguised as a waiter, whispered to him between serving dishes, "Mr. Qin, I am a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The sect leader asked me to tell you that Golden Knife Shop is in big trouble. Yu Luomian has his eye on you." After saying that, he left the room without making a sound. In an instant, Qin Yuan sobered up considerably. He knew exactly who Yu Luomian was. The other party is the vice sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, and also Yu Yuanzhan's own brother, who enjoys supreme power in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Qin Yuan's most powerful backer is Douluo. How can he possibly contend with the entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? According to what the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School disciple just said, something happened at the Golden Knife Shop, and he needs to go back as soon as possible to check on the situation. After transmigrating to the Douluo continent, he was an orphan from a young age and was raised by Chen Zi's parents. When the two left home, he solemnly promised his parents that he would protect Chen Zi's safety. If something happens to Chen Zi, how will he explain himself? Douluo possessed exceptional perception. Upon hearing the words of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School disciple and noticing Qin Yuan's drastic change in expression, he immediately guessed what had happened. He put his arm around Qin Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile, "There's no rush with Yan Yan's matter. It doesn't matter if it's delayed by a day or two. If you have any problems, I'll take care of them for you first." Qin Yuan's expression was grave as he said earnestly, "Brother, I might really need your help." He had not offended the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, so Yu Luomian's initiative to cause trouble might have had other hidden reasons. However, it is currently unknown whether this was Yu Luomian's doing alone or a decision made by the higher-ups of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. If it is the latter, he will be in considerable trouble. Douluo didn't mind and patted his shoulder lightly. "What are you saying? It just so happens that I also don't like Yu Luomian. I don't want to miss the chance to teach him a lesson." Golden Knife Shop. Upon seeing Qin Yuan return, Chen Zi felt as if he had found a pillar of support and hurriedly told Qin Yuan everything that had happened recently. "The matter is not complicated, it's just that something went wrong with the commission I made a month ago. The employer was a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, who had legal access to Thunder Canyon, while the members of their soul hunting team were all outsiders. After entering, they helped the employer hunt for soul rings, but not only did they not receive the final payment, they were also set up. The powerful members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family had already surrounded them. Of the 6, only one escaped and informed Chen Zi. Of course, this person might have been deliberately released by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, with the purpose of delivering a message. They said they wouldn't release them until you, boss, go there in person." Chen Zi clenched his fists. If he weren't so weak, he would have rushed over to save them long ago. Now, because of this incident, their brokerage business has been hampered, and no team dares to operate under their name. Everyone is watching how things will develop. If Qin Yuan truly has the ability to make the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan suffer losses, forcing them to pay the remaining balance and release the hostages, then many people will be willing to work under their name in the future. Conversely, this business will be out of their reach.